There we go. I think we're good now. So sorry. Wish I would go live more often. So sorry, bro. Got to strike a balance, you know. I mean, listen, I tried to get a video out today and I fucked up because I thought, I can definitely go live while this is uploading, right? Like, surely there won't be issues. No, it went to shit. It went to absolute shit. So anyway, we are back. Everything should be up and running again. You just have to let me know if it's not working for you. We are up and running. So there's a lot to talk about. Man, I got cut off halfway through. Love you too. God damn. Is BBC one hit split? Is BBC one hit split in two or two hits? So what kind of benefit are you hoping to get out of it? Are you talking about ranged echoes, or are you talking about range like crossbow procs, or are you talking about getting water spells? Like, what do you want it to do? Got thoughts on which echo bosses are the easiest? I think it's safe to say, without divulging any details that I'm currently unable to provide, that Varlamore being the starting region is going to mean Moxy is very accessible for everyone. So I think you'll be fine doing Moxy early. Hespori has typically been a very easy echo boss. So you're going to be fine doing Hespori early. Okay. So I would say Hespori, Moxy, no problem. Grotesque Guardians, also only 75 Slayer rec. Pretty chill. Pretty chill. And then what else is decent early? I mean, if you know what you're doing with overheads, honestly, if you know what you're doing with overheads, no Slayer requirement for Dagonoth Kings, you could, if you were an absolute gamer, go there at 43 prayer and take no damage. You could. Moxy stat level recommendation? Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, I actually don't know, to be honest with you, because I had very limited time. But I am going to try my best. That is an honest answer as well. I am going to try my best to do it at around probably 50 or 60 combat. I'm going to give it a bash. Because there is a mastery point behind, and I tried to open this before stream crashed, so sorry for everybody who got here for that. But we're up and running again. What I wanted to do here, let's see. So because there is a task to get to 50 combat to get a mastery point, you definitely don't want to do it before that. But like sometime after this, yeah, I think so. You like, let's get this like protect from melee. Let's get maybe to 60 combat, and then we go for it. Regular Moxy is so easy, just don't stand in stuff. Exactly. I think we're talking about Echo Moxy though, right? Like if you want to do regular Moxy, you can do that as soon as you've got Prey Melee. 40 attack for a Rune Mace and Prey Melee, 37 prayer, 40 attack. You could do Moxy at that level. Would they be long kills? Yeah, but it'd be fine. I really want to know if the Drygore Blowpipe works with Magic Fire Tree. It doesn't. It's not a spell, I'm afraid, man. It is just like a burn, like a stack and burn effect. It's not a fire spell. It applies a burn, but it doesn't apply like a fire spell. So it is just still a thrown weapon. It works with the thrown weapons tree, but you won't be able to pair fire masteries with it. You know? Blind bag with what? Rune maces? Yeah, someone in the chat, in the Discord chat last night, we were memeing about this because I just... So, for anyone unaware, this is what we were doing before stream crashed. I was talking about if you want to go do Echo Moxy early because the item is very strong. It's a huge power spike, particularly if you want to get into Perilous Moons after. Then you're probably going to want to do something like this. You're probably going to want to go here. And this is if you're not going water spells, because water spells are quite safe. You could go up here, but how many points is it just to get the spells? We're talking you get 2 for free, so that's 7 points. How many are actually attainable early? Free, pretty much. Free, pretty much. And then we get Karamja after 80 tasks, right? We get Karamja at 80 tasks. So you're going to unlock this in your starting route. And then we go Karamja. Where are the tasks for this bad boy? Ooh, Steel Dragon. Yeah, you could easily struggle through that. That's easy. That's free. That's also very free. Okay, so 2 points from Karamja. Pretty free. And then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if we want to go into Moxy, we're going to have maybe max 7 points if we want to rush Echo Moxy. We could get a Huey kill, right? Could we though? I mean, I think if everyone went, I think if we all just like bum rushed Huey together, nah, everyone's going to die. It's going to be a massacre. It would take so long. Huey kill with overheads in a mask could be free. Could be. Do you think it will be free? Honest question. Do you think it will be free? Huey is soloable at 80 combat. We're not waiting until 80, bro. We're thinking about doing Echo Moxy at 60 right now. So just imagine, we haven't done moons at this stage. The only double hitting weapon we might have is maybe the Tomotley, which is enough. It is enough. I'm still thinking we leave Huey out because I don't think this is going to be as free as people think. Because the fight scales up with more people in it. Does the fight scale up with more people in it, actually? It doesn't, right? So actually, it would be good. Earth Spells Overhead Huey is free in a group. Oh, do we do it then? Do we count this point? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll have 8 points. That's a good idea of what we get. So listen, if you're going water spells, don't do this. I don't think this is the play early. Some people were talking about doing water spells early. I don't think that's the play. It's just like, you're getting so little with this. Accuracy, overheal. You probably want that. There's your 8 points. That's as far as you get in water. That's just, honestly, that's not good. All right, here's my opinion, though. Tomotley will give min hit. 100%, I think you have to go melee. Anyone thinking of going mage early? I just don't think it's as strong in Varlamore. I think we take this and we go straight into blind bag. That's my honest opinion. I think we go blind bag. That's 3 points, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then honestly, double the range could be a good play. You're not going to notice this straight away, though. What's the benefit of taking that over accuracy? I'm not sure there is one. Because my current plan is go melee early. Probably stick with melee until I've at least unlocked 2 regions. And then I will respec either at my second Echo boss or as I'm moving into my 3rd region. But I'll probably take melee early just to speed through Varlamore content quick. Double range means it's 6 min hit with Tomotley. W's in the chat. Oh shit. Yeah. Okay. There's your 8 points. That's your 8 points then. That is what your tree is going to look like early if you want to rush Moxy and breeze through moons and just do a shit ton of damage. This is it. Thorns makes every hit against you deal 3 damage. Problem is, like, the higher your base hit points, the more effective that's going to be because you can sponge more damage, heal more. And even if you start chipping away at your overall health, that's going to be fine. Early on, Thorns is going to be terrible. Thorns is going to be bad early because you're going to take way more damage than you're able to negate with defenses. You're not going to have great sources of healing as well, so you might just be spamming food. I mean, that is a play though, right? That is technically a play. You go into a boss fight with a full invent of food and you just spam eat while it kills itself. You could do that. How do you heal early? You're not going to be healing early. Use food. Use food. Ignore the packs that heal you early. because they're going to give you trash healing anyway. Let's say, for the sake of it, we went for a healing set of packs early instead, and we went spells, water spells healing you, into some overheal, into regenerating more water runes. But when your combat spans regenerate water runes. Okay, we don't want that one. So we've got 8 points. And there's nothing else that really gives us crazy value there. Let's say we went into magic, and for the sake of it, we also went for more chance to regenerate runes, for more chance to heal, right? Because you've got an 80% chance to regenerate runes here. You're still only having an 80% chance to realistically heal like a 2 or a 3, which, yes, will help with chip damage, but I think people are going to be taking a lot more than chip damage early on. Moons aren't going to do chip damage. They're just going to straight up whack you through your low defenses. Echo Moxy, I can't say what it does, but you're not going to take chip damage from that as much as you're probably just going to take huge hits to the face. So I feel like this just doesn't keep up. I feel like that doesn't keep up. What's my favorite Echo item? I mean, honestly, I played with this item a lot, and I think it is really fun. I don't know if it's my favorite. I do really like the Lithic Scepter, the Gargler. I guess if I had to pick, maybe the Dagger, the Dogger, the Fang of the Hound, I would say. But only because it feels like when you're using it, there's a lot going on. You're using the Dagger, you're attacking at 2 ticks, right? Where is it? Melee weapons attack 1 tick faster. You're attacking at 2 ticks with the Dagger. You are spamming special attacks. You are also speccing into some fire for some burn, some bounce, some damage. And you can mix in a bit of magic damage there. I feel like the Dogger is like the nicest hybrid weapon in the game. As far as Echo items go, I think it is the best for like speccing into multiple different builds around the Dagger and Elemental Weakness, or around the Dagger melee light specs. I'd probably say the Dagger. What's the strongest Echo item in your opinion? I did just upload a kind of tier list video. There are some like god tier items. I have to say, for those of you that will watch that, they're not bad rankings at all. It's not like S to F tier. It's more like god tier, insane, still insane, but not for me, and then just like niche. So this year, strongest Echo items, honestly, the combination of Devil's Element and Fork with max magic damage, so like Kandarin, Zaya, and fuck it, throw whatever else in there you want. You're talking about like negligible increases from there, unless you go Tyranwin. But that is really, really good. Let's say you go Tyranwin, you go Zaya, and you go Kandarin. Kind of crazy for Magic this year. Full Crystal, a Shadow, also being able to switch into, you know, pick up your like full Ancestral to switch into the Fork and Devil's Element. It goes nuts. So like KTZ, KTM, KAT, KAZ, those combinations are really, really good for Magic. How hype when they approached you, brother? Really hyped. I mean, I will say the only thing is that I love doing those videos. I just always wish I had more time, you know? I wish I had more time, and I wish I could just make the video as long as possible. Obviously, we want to get short and punchy information out to people, but like sometimes I just want to spend like a good 200 hours editing a video and making it really good. But that's not always possible. But like super, super happy. Thank you, man. I was hyped. Honestly, Melee Tree, then use the 9th point for the spec packs since you're right next to it and we have a spec weapon. That's the play, bro. That's the play. Let's talk through that. So, let's go through it. If you're going to do Echo Moxy early, this, and I think you probably go, I think you probably actually take the melee range doubled as your third, like, mastery here straight away. Are you going to notice it? Not massively until you get, you know, boppers where you are hitting, like, at least a double 3 or a double 6 at this point. But that's still going to be huge once you do get boppers. So I think maybe you go, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because the first 5 points are super free. Then we start going down here. This pact alone is crazy. 35% accuracy is nuts. And then we go up here, up here. This is as far as we get for points before Moxy. So then once we kill Moxy, we probably do just either go up to blind bag, or we go in a different direction and maybe go towards either Hallie or Specs or something like that. But I think personally, this one is really, really good. So let's pick this up as number 9. We kill Echo Moxy. 20% chance to not consume energy is crazy with the Infernal Tech Paddle. So this is what we're going to use to kill Moxy. We're probably going to end up having an inventory full of trash, because I want to rush Echo and Moxliatl. So I'm probably going to have the Glacial to Motley. For blind bag weapons, I'm going to have a Rune Mace. I'm going to have... What else can we pick up? Do we need the quest? You will need the quest. Yeah, you'll need to do Heart of Darkness. Let's go. Is there like an app for like Civitas shops? Let's have a look. I kind of want to know what the best blind bag options are here. Because I think... we want... Why don't these show me the shops, bro? Do you think it's worth going for blind bag early compared to the 10% chance to heal? Where are we looking here? Where are we looking for 10% chance to heal? Where are we looking, Faramir? Rune Mace isn't two-handed item. You're right. You're right. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then at this stage, probably have boppers. 5, 6, 7. And then we get one more. Crossed axes. Yeah, but then we have to use 2 points. So we start with 2, right? This one's free and this one's free. Because we do the tutorial, we get these 2. And then we worked out that we're definitely getting point number 3, sorry, point number 3, point number 4, point number 5. And then in Karamja, we're getting 0.6, 0.7. And then maybe 0.8 here. So 8 points max. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I don't think we go here. 10% chance to heal you based off your distance between you and your target. 1 tile, 1 heal. Don't think it's huge. I don't think it's worth. I think we just go point number 7. I think we just go up to blind bag. We'll just go up to blind bag. And we get an extra 10% chance to trigger blind bag, right? 15% chance. Plus that, 25% chance to trigger blind bag. And we should have to Motley. We're hitting twice. And then after Moxy, we spec into this because then we've got Tech Paddle. with a 4-hitting special attack. So blind bags are going to go pretty crazy. King's Barrage is 2-handed. Yo, Bulwark Nasty, thanks for the sub, bro. How you doing? How are you? Hope you're doing well. I wouldn't say that's a difficult one to get day one. Fire Cape? Yeah, for sure. Listen, we can get Fire Cape after this, but we're talking about Russian Echo Moxy, and we're not getting a Fire Cape before that. I don't think. Because at this point, don't forget, I'm not even convinced we have resources for the Fire Cape. We don't have prayer pots. We don't have anything. But we may get enough prayer pots from Moxy. We'd probably only need 2, maybe 3 max for fight caves. If we're not flicking well. So you probably will get your resources for fight caves from Moxy as well. You'll get full rune and glacial Tomotley. Moths, yeah, guys, I think I'm an abundance woodsman convert. I hate to say it. I know I was with you guys with Barbarian from day one. I think on my first playthrough, just so I can get through the first playthrough quicker before I like re-roll to a new account, I think I'm gonna go abundance woodsman day one. Abundance Woodsman, get to Moonlight Moths, do Moxy maybe. Yeah. You think you're getting 48 Slayer that quick? We don't need 48 Slayer for Moxy, right? Wait. Wait, don't tell me that. Oh, shit. Yeah, you're right. You are right. Okay. You're right. We need it. Lampin Slayer is like the biggest L play, right? I think it is. Yeah, no, it's terrible. Okay, abundant stocks just went up even more for me. Okay, abundant stocks just went even more. For me to like rush this, okay, we need 38 Slayer. That's still fine. That's really not bad. Had the same bummer plan last night. Yeah. 38's not bad. 38's like a few decent Slayer tasks. You're done. It should be okay. I'm just a little concerned at the crap XP you'll get from the Slayer tasks early. That's not going to be great. Museum. Everyone, Varrock Museum. Let's go. I'm here for melee cope since it looks terrible. Melee is very good. I don't think there's anything bad about the melee tree. But I think we go melee early and respec. So the reason we're going melee is to deal with Moxy, do all of that, and then we might respec. This is what we're looking at. We're looking at this pre-Moxy. Pick this up. And then we're over here with the Tech Paddle. So Tech Paddle's kind of goated. Honestly, early on anyway. Really good for moons. We'll pick this up. It's got a great special attack. Hits 4 times. It has a drop rate of 1 in 30. So you may not even need to do much Moxy, Echo Moxy for this, which is amazing. The 10% Demon Bane works as if this is possibly the best melee punish weapon for Doom before you get something like a Crystal Halley. Crystal Halley is obviously going to outperform it. But before that, this is insane because it also has Demon Bane. So this is the weapon we use to get through Doom early as well. Are there any combat mastery tasks for Doom, actually? I'm guessing there is. Treads? That's a pain in the ass. That's a real pain in the ass. You don't need melee range pre-Moxy. What if it fucks up your movement? The melee range, there is some brains behind the madness, okay? The melee range will work with this initial node on the boppers so that your minimum hit goes to 6. 2 6s. You know, so if we roll an accuracy, like we roll accuracy into a hit, and it's a really crap hit, at least it's going to guarantee it's a double 6 with the Glacial Tomotley. So the DPS is going to be kind of crazy with these two, just with these two and the boppers. But we pick this up after this. So we go like this. We go, these two are freebies from the tutorial. And then we go blind bag, we go here, we go here, we go here, we go here. Then, yeah, then we probably pick this up after doing Moxy in preparation of Echo Moxy. And we do this after Moxy. Where is the weapon info? It is on the blog. On the same blog that the relics are on. It's all here. Mining 55, thieving 48, slayer 48, agility 46. Yeah, thank you, Rooster. So, I mean, abundance is going to help me get to all of that a lot quicker. If you go woodsman, how are you getting pots early on? You catch moonlight moths. Moonlight moths are your prayer pots. So that'll be my prayer potions. And then for food, I'm probably going to have used woodsman to do hunter's rumors. And I'll just do that until I've at least done enough to be able to cook hunter food. And I'll just use hunter food as my healing food. The requirements for heart aren't boostable. Yeah. Okay, so what? Abundance ain't working. Oh no. Not my plans going in the bin. Is Echo Moxy that easy? No, I'm not going to say it's that easy. However, I'm going to try. Starting node counts as a point? It does. It does. So what we're thinking is pre-Moxy, we've got 8 points. We've got the 2 from the tutorial. We've got a Hill Giant. We've got 43 Prayer. We've got 50 Combat. We've got Killer Tsar in Karamja. We've got a Steel Dragon in Karamja. And we've got Huey. So that's 6 points on top of the 2. We should have 8 before Moxy. Slayer isn't that bad. Yeah, no, you're right. Slayer and melee training is kind of fine. I think I'm going to be at my 3rd area before Moxy. Honestly, we might be. Can you convince me how Fang of the Hound is good in any way? I can try. I can try. So, I mean, this is just a 17-point build, okay? This is just a 17-point build. Obviously, we're going to have to spec into way more, but considering this is only 17 points, this is all you need for the Fang to do everything you want it to do and more. Okay, let's say 18, because you kind of want this. But obviously, you're going to want to maybe pick up some overhealing pacts and some other things. I'm going to try and pitch it to you, okay? You tell me if I've sold you or whether you still think it's bad. So, Fang of the Hound, number 1, it's a light weapon, okay? It doesn't have very good melee strength. We are getting around some of that melee strength problem with the fact that our melee strength is boosted by 20% of our strength level. We also can equip an offhand, and this is in Asgarnia. So you're going to have a Dragon Defender for even more melee strength at the very, very least. Now, it's going to be attacking on a 2-tick attack speed. When you spec up here, you only need this for that. 2-tick dagger that hits twice, by the way. So every time you hit on 2 ticks, there's 2 hit splats. At the top here, those 2 hit splats are going to restore 4% of special attack energy per hit. The spec is only 50%, and it hits instantly and immediately procs the passive, which is Flames of Cerberus, which is like a fire spell. It has a base max hit of 10, but increases with elemental weakness, magic strength. So if you're fighting against something with a fire weakness, it's even stronger. If you have something like the... if you have the Devil's Element equipped, it just applies a 30% weakness to anything. But if you're fighting something that has fire weakness, it increases it even more. It performs an instant hit, always guarantees the Flames of Cerberus spell when you spec. So you're spamming specs with this build. On top of the spamming specs over in the magic tree, we are applying a burn to the target. So there's damage over time being applied to the target, okay? The damage over time is kind of crazy. It can also bounce up to 2 nearby targets to apply burn. All right, kind of nuts already. And yes, you are going to be kind of damaging yourself whenever this procs, because you're going to be dealing 6% of your maximum health as damage to yourself to increase the damage you deal on that burn, which is kind of crazy. You can totally negate that by going with like healing into demonic packs or healing on melee hit like this one. You can totally negate that. So the fire burn just feels kind of whatever. Like you notice it more early than you do late. And it just goes crazy. You just start ripping through everything, setting things on fire. You can either go for, I think the most fun I had with the dagger was full crystal, which means you benefit from the magic damage it now gives, because it gives magic damage on its set effect. So full crystal, with the crystal blessing, just so it expands the effects of the crystal armor. You're going to have the dagger. You're going to have the devil's element equipped. So you've got melee bonuses, magic bonuses. You're attacking super quick. It goes crazy. Did I sell it to you, or do you still think it's trash? Quad is regular stuff. Yeah. Yo, Hootie, my boy, Hootie Tootie. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I just had to try and sell the dagger to someone, man. How crazy is that? I saw the dagger and I thought, man, this is crazy. This is actually crazy. Did Devil's Element work with the dagger? It did. It did. It did work with the dagger, and against things with a fire weakness, it was very noticeable. I took it into TOA, and to be fair, I tried to be fair. I didn't stick on like max mage. I had like full infinity, Devil's Element with dagger. So what would that be so far? That would be KAD, and that was crazy. It was just burning through like Kefri, like you wouldn't believe. How will Quadrant interact with Ancients if you spec into them counting as an elemental weakness? I actually don't think I got to play with Ancients all that much, man. But off the top of my head... hold on. Off the top of my head, the Quadrant isn't going to double cast. The double cast will only apply on standard spellbooks. So it won't work for that. But what it will do is it will still automatically exploit elemental weaknesses for you, which is really nice. It will still act as an infinite source of runes, and it will still, I mean, you can use it to cast from any spellbook, so that's good. But I think the real use of the fork, if you're picking up the fork, you're not going to be using Ancients, to be honest. If you're picking up the fork, you have to just go all in on standard spellbook to get the max DPS out. Door, Earth, Blind Bag, Water, Thorns. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. I honestly feel like with Thorns, though, with the door build, I don't even think you want to go into Earth. Like, hot take, but I don't even think that you'll need to boost your defenses anymore. And I think it will actually... Most things will be dead by the time you build your defenses up with Earth. The thing about the Door Thorns build, you will find if you try it, is it will be so much fun until you realize you're no longer playing the game. That will be the problem. So you're going to go up here like this. You will pick these up. They're obviously very, very nice. You'll pick up defenses. That looks pretty good so far. And then, to be fair, I went Door Blind Bag. I thought Door Blind Bag was way more effective. So melee range is doubled with two-handed weapons. Yes, we want this. We want the blind bag. We go here. We get this for the extra Thorns effect. We get this for the extra Thorns effect. We're at 32 points already. What else did we pick up on our Door blind bag build? We may have got a little bit of prayer pen, but I'm not even sure if you need it, honestly. Any more defense we can pick up for free? If not, we go all in on this. So you're going to get, if you do this, you're also going to get to be able to spam Dinny specs a little bit. And you're going to get a lot of extra strength bonus. Not loads, but you're going to get a bit of extra strength bonus from wearing full Justy. Because Justy has decent prayer bonus. So that's pretty nice. We'll take the accuracy. That gives us 36. So I guess if you really wanted to, with the last 4 points, you could. go down earth spells, but I really don't even think it's worth it, man. I think picking up something like more overheal is probably worth it. Yeah, I think you want to pick up overheal. I'm pretty sure on my door build, I went this plus... Where is it? That defense node and that defense node. I think that was my door build right there. So we get, what do we get from this? We get 60 permanent defense level boost, which is kind of nuts. That's going to go crazy with this one here. Defense bonuses. And where's the defense level one? It might just be that. With the Dinnies, loads of extra defense. A bit of prayer pen, nothing crazy. Yeah, it's nice. They need to make raids regionless. I wouldn't mind seeing a league where maybe we are... You know what would be really cool? People are going to hate this idea. Twisted League was so much fun. Wouldn't it be great if we were locked to a region, but then like you could also just freely go to raids? I don't know what region they would lock us to for that to be fun, though. Yo, Zorro, how you doing, brother? Couple questions. Is Virtus still BIS for Ancients if you reclassify them to standard combat? Also, is the King's Barrage an AoE or single target? It's single target. I definitely know that for sure. In terms of Virtus still being BIS for Ancients, yeah, I'd probably say so. The only downside, right, is if you really want to capitalize on Ancients, you kind of feel a little bit pressured to pick Fremi, don't you? So if you're going like Ancients with Fremi so that you can get the Scepter, put in like the Blood Quartz, put in the Ice Quartz, whatever it is, and you want to go down like a Virtus Ancients, kind of like elemental reclassification, exploitation kind of thing, sure. Fremi with like, what else would work really well with that? You can get Virtus in Valamor. Maybe like Fremi Desert, something else. That probably would still beat out other gear. But I really feel like you're going to want Kandarin for any elemental stuff. Because you're just going to deal so much more damage with the double cast, with the automatic exploitation, regardless of spellcast. And I also think that if you're not going down that route and you're going down a powered staves route instead, Crystal is BIS. Crystal is BIS for powered staffs this year. I'm planning on going ZKD. Yeah, fair enough. But then you've got Ancestral anyway, right? If you've not got Fremi, I don't even think you bother with Ancients. The only fun thing to do with Ancients there, if you're going for like conversion, is that you can have Blood Barrage both damage you here, but also increase your max hits on spell, and also to like bounce to 2 nearby targets. That's kind of fun with Ancients converting, I guess. Is it not better to drop some of the defense nodes? I think I've cleared my Hodor build now, man. I'll have to bring it back up in a bit. The Wiki's Crystal page isn't updated yet. Where can I see the new effects? I got you, bro. One sec. I got you. Hold on. When do I go through Tyrannwyn? There it is. All right. Crystal Blessing applies its bonuses to powered staves and melee weapons. Get out of my way, bottom bar. Yeah, it applies to powered staves and weapons. And here you go. You can see what it does with the shadow if you look at the stats there. The shadow turns that crystal armor into 72% bonus magic damage. That is within a cult. So let's just take off. What are we taking off there? We're taking off 30%. Should pin the new blog in chat. I probably should. Hold up. What do you want? The Echo? The Echo blog? I'll pin it here. How do I pin it? Wrong one. Pin message. And I'll pin it here as well. Why not? There you go. You think it's a viable play to just not spend pat points for a bit and see what builds emerge? So I have various thoughts on that. I think that I wish they gave us 5 resets. I wish they gave us 5 resets. I feel like 3 is still very much in danger of people soft locking themselves into something they don't enjoy. Because a lot of people with us starting in Varlamore, a lot of people are going to do what I'm doing here, and they're going to go melee early to just get through Echo Moxy, and then they're going to like have to respec later. If they don't want to go melee, they're going to want to respec. So my plan, personally, is to go melee early and then to respec. So once I've done Moxy, I probably won't respec straight away. I'll stay on melee until I've maxed out blind bag and just had a little bit of fun with it, I guess. I'll probably stay with it until... Let's have a think here. How long? Because I'm also thinking of using this for the Colosseum. I'm thinking I would like to do Colosseum to get my next mastery points quite early on. So I'm going to stick with melee blind bag for Colosseum. I think that'll still be pretty fine. But the other option, and I think this is potentially only a good option if you are taking Woodsman. But this is another option I've been toying around with, okay? The other option is that we just go to buff the Sunlight Hunter's crossbow as soon as possible. So how many points is this going to take? We get 2 for free. Crossbow, accuracy. And really, we just want to get down to this max hit node without slowing down our crossbow. And to do that is not going to be that easy. So we're going to have to go here, 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 here. That's way too many points. That's just way too many points. Is this a really strong 14-point build just with the Sunlight Hunter's crossbow? Yeah, this is going to absolutely slap. This is going to be insane. But I don't think it's... I think it's just going to take too long to get to. 14 points. That's another really, really good option early. I just think melee has so much more benefit with fewer point investment. Like this early, just an 8-point investment is kind of nuts. Not happening before Jad. No, that was my plan though, man. I was thinking like, oh man, do I just like nut up and respec after Moxy into range, get to 14 points, take my Sunlight Hunter's crossbow to Jad. Nah, I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to melee fight caves. Thank you, everyone, for the follows. Good to see everyone. Damn, this changes everything. Wait, does this mean Crystal Armor is better than Ancestral? It does. I have, Zorro, just uploaded a video as well on... like Echo items, tier listing them, and talking about how they work with everything. So yeah, I think Crystal Ancestral is better. Crystal Shadow is better than Ancestral Shadow. This into revs for weapons, then respec when you get crawls. Could do that as well, if you're going wildy. How does the quadrant stack up against something like a Kodai? It's just way better. Kodai doesn't double cast. If you're getting to the point where you have... Let me bring one up. Let me bring one up for you. Way, way better. Okay. I have one here. Just trying to find it. I'm trying to bring up an elemental build for you guys to see. Let's see. I can't. Who the hell did I DM this to? Why am I even DMing builds to people and then forgetting where they are? I found it. So let's say you have this. This is elemental dogger build. Okay, this is one I cooked up earlier. And honestly, we can even save points here. This is not super efficient. I'm just going to tweak it slightly. We want more rune regeneration. I want more. Ideally, this one. 30% more. We can not do that. Unless we nerf Dogger. Anyway, I think this is still a good example. Do you plan on coming out with separate videos for a build for each combat style? Yes. Yes. I think we're going to do that on stream today, man. Originally, I'd recorded like a whole voiceover going through builds for like different styles using different weapons. But I think what I want to do on stream today, after I've maybe been through a few more questions, is we will pick up an echo weapon around a certain style, make a build for it, put it up on screen with like what it does, what it's good for, and then we'll move on to the next one. And then that's like that one packaged away, and I can just cut them down into videos. That would be a lot easier. What about door crossbow flick? It's the only option to 2-tick cast spells, right? Oh, sorry, that's not even the same person asking the same question. What about door crossbow flick? What would you do for door crossbow flick? Would you go like Thorns here and then just down here? I feel like if you really want to max out door Thorns, you end up with like a near 20-point investment just into melee and defense nodes. Probably higher. I think it was more like 30 or 30 points or so. It didn't do the notify thing? Oh, Zorro, I'm here, bro. I can see you. I appreciate it. 5 gifted? My man, you are an absolute beast. Thank you so much. Why max all magic for Dogger? This isn't just for Dogger. So this build would be focused around Kandarin, Asgarnia, Tyrannwyn. Kandarin, Asgarnia as a definite, and then if you want, you can throw Zaya in the mix if you want to raid. You can throw Tyrannwyn in the mix if you want that. But the reason we've got all elements spec'd into here, which you may think is overkill, is because you can switch to Dogger and, you know, play around with a bit of melee. But the main focus of the build here is to use Quadrant, Shadow Flame Quadrant with the Devil's Element. And because we have spec'd into all of these, you can use any one of these spells to benefit from the spell effect. But it will apply the elemental weakness that the target is weak to automatically. So if we wanted flat damage, we cast an earth spell. If the target is weak to fire, it still hits like it's a fire spell on the target to exploit weakness. That doesn't mean it applies the fire burn, but it, like if you're casting an earth spell against something weak to fire, it still exploits it like you're casting a fire spell, but you get the earth benefit. Likewise for fire, water, or air. So this is like a really flexible mage build where you're like, okay, I want to get some max hits out. And I now have unlocked all of my prayers in Zaya. So I activate as many prayers as I can, and I have prayer bonus on, and then I just go crazy with air spells, even if the target is weak to fire. That's fine. If I'm starting to get low hit points, I switch to water. I'm still exploiting whatever it's weak to, but now I'm healing. And then maybe I start the fire off with burn, just to apply a stacking burn. So this build allows you to like almost have, it almost turns it into playing like a different RPG, kind of like WoW, where you have skill rotations. That's how I see the Shadow Flame Quadrant being used effectively. It's like maybe you open the fight by casting a few earth spells to increase your defense and lower the target's defense. Then you switch to fire spells and you start applying a stacking burn. If you start getting low at any point, switch to water. And then once you've done both of those and your defense is high and the monster's defense is low, you switch to air for the max hit capability. Back to water whenever you need a heal, but air is your main damage spell. So that's why we've got all of those. Hope that does help. Any chance you have a build for someone who's looking the easiest PVM route? Water prayer pen build with KTZ. KTZ is very good. KTZ is very good. Do one of my builds go around that? I think it does. I think it does. Zorro started the hype train. What a guy. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, Zorro, man. Always popping in and always supporting the stream, man. Is the ice to water sustain build for overhealing viable? With what, Zorro? With like crossbow? With wieldy crossbow? Or just cast an ice barrage? Imagine full Thorns with V's helm versus bloat flies. I don't know if you guys saw this in the video, but I got to play with the Thorns door build a lot. And I had full Justy, the door, and in my inventory was a scythe and 3 different god swords. 3 or 4 different god swords. And so there were times where I was just stood there on auto retaliate and you'd hit with the dins and then just like pull a scythe out, pull a god sword. It was crazy. It was so crazy. Blessing from Honlif doesn't work on the staff from Kandarin. It does. The trident is a powered staff, so it will work on that. Oh, you mean the Shadow Flame Quadrant? It will not work with that, no. Wouldn't it be worth to just camp air spells then for the damage? It depends on the fight, man. If you're in a massively scaled up Chambers of Xeric where you know you're going to be hitting that old magic hand for maybe a minute to maybe even 2 minutes straight, depending on how hard it's scaled, then I think there is definitely merit to cycling through different spells to get benefit out of either raising your defense, lowering its defense, whatever. But yeah, in general PVM, like general boss fights or Slayer tasks, just camp air spells for sure. Either way, you can definitely like optimize this a bit more. This is mostly for Shadow Flame, and it does go crazy if you do that. Yo, Faramir with the sub. Thank you, Mr. Faramir. Hope you're doing well. I'm sorry if you've commented, Faramir. Let me see. That's the most overthought build I've ever heard. Yeah, it's a bit too much. In my opinion, it's probably too much investment. If I was going to do a Shadow Flame build, I probably still would have some water and air at the very least for just the crazy sustain it gives. So maybe like you do a bit of this instead. We want this. Actually, do we want this? We're not even going to do powered staffs. Honestly, even that as a minimum magic investment with Shadow Flame, accuracy, magic damage, that's pretty nice. Even with this as 19 points, and then you go where else from here, maybe you want to like max out the amount of rune regeneration you have. So you go maybe to here. You get some nice overheal from water. More overheal. And we definitely want that. I mean, even this as a minimum is kind of nuts. 125% chance to regenerate runes. Honestly, maybe that's even overkill at that point. That might even be overkill. It's 28 points and you've got so much freedom. Even if you just want to max hit and heal, kind of nuts. You just campfire. You would never spend the points on earth and air when you could just get 150 regen. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. DPS is better than sustain most of the time. Transmute does solve Wrath runes, so you're kind of chilling. Like, if I don't go Wildy and just camp Ice Barrage, it would basically be a no food required build. Yeah. Does work that way. Ice Barrage will bounce a heal back to you. Do you recharge for the double cast as well? I don't think so, because I don't think it counts as a second spell. You don't spend runes. Let me check the description in case they have changed it, because this does happen sometimes, where they've made last minute changes. It will fire an additional spell attack but I don't think it counts as a second spell. Like, I don't think it expends runes, and therefore you won't get regeneration on it. Hello, everybody. People are saying blind bag is arse and it's calking terribly. Is that right? Blind bag is a gambler's fallacy, my friend. Do you like seeing ridiculously high, crazy chained max hits? Like proccing echoes on echoes and having a chance to like possibly do the most DPS in the game maybe once or twice in your entire time playing leagues? Then blind bag is definitely for you. 80% of the Discord are bashing it. I'm going to tell you now, I had so much fun with blind bag. I had so much fun with blind bag. Is it optimal? Fuck no. Do we care about optimal? Also, no, it's leagues, goddammit. Who cares about optimizing? Like, just chill out a little bit. Blind bag is insane and has some crazy potential. And when I was speaking to Foe, he said that he did the Bluetooth Halley, Nox Halley. Wait. He like... So, like, he has this idea where you take a Halley, right? And you get 4 Darox axes. And you Halley, Zuck. And there's a chance there for you to... I don't know how much damage it's actually going to do. But there is a chance. What I'm trying to say is, the gamble is crazy. The payoff could also be crazy. But you are relying on a pretty small chance. I think calking in leagues is silly. Yeah, I agree. Yo, Seika Media, how you doing today? Isn't that only uniques? Yeah, each Darok axe at a different degradable kind of percentage is a unique item. Funny number go brrr. I agree. And Faramir, that also works for scythe. So if you have a scythe with a sanguine kit, a holy kit, and you have a regular scythe, and then isn't there one more scythe transmog thing? I'm pretty sure you can have 4 scythes as well. How much fun was the Thorns build? My hot take on Thorns build is Thorns is so much fun until you realize you're no longer in control of the game. You knew it was going to happen, guys. Come on. You get to that point where you're AFKing most content. You can sit in the Colosseum. Fully AFK for most things. There are a couple waves with double manticores that can still stack you out. But for most things, you are going to sit there. And it also depends on your modifiers as well, right? If you pick the modifiers that reduce your defense, like Relentless and Frailty, where your max HP goes down and your defense goes down, you're probably not going to AFK Colosseum. But if you high roll modifiers, you're kind of chilling. You sit there AFK, auto retaliate on, and you just have a good time. And then you start to realize, wait, am I actually playing this game? Am I having fun anymore? So Thorns is insane until you've got to full build for like maybe a day. Have you decided what build you're going to run first? I've changed my mind like 20 times, bro. I really don't know. I really don't know. That's what we're going to try and do today, though. I'm going to go through some builds in a minute, and then we'll try and think which one seems like the most fun to do day one. Because originally I was going to do melee. I was going to go V, obviously. We're all starting in Valamor. And then I was going to go Zaya, Mauritania, and then Fremennik. ZMF. I was going to get V's Helmful, Justy Door, and Blood Fury for if I want to AFK, Rancor for if I just want more damage, Vernick. Fuck a Vernick, actually. Echo Boots. And yeah, we just have fun. But I don't know. I don't know. Okay, do we want to go through any other Echo items? Because we did start talking about these and then we stopped. We've talked about Dogger. Blowpipe is crazy. Can I just quickly sell Blowpipe to you guys? Because yes, it's returning from Leagues 5. You might think it's uninspiring, but listen. A 2-tick Blowpipe that when you spec into this kind of side of the throne tree kind of goes nuts. Even just this many points. 13 points into range and your Blowpipe is crazy with something like Asgarnia. If you pick Asgarnia Desert and you go full Torva, so that your strength bonus gets turned into range strength. It's insane. It's really insane. You're increasing your accuracy even more on top of the passive blowpipe effect, which already barely misses. So what, you're never hitting zeros potentially. And then also you are hitting more than one target. So with the Drygore, you're hitting multiple targets. You're spreading burn effects around multiple targets. I did like a almost fully AFK Dust Devil kind of task, just trying it out. Just like hit one, and then like, because your darts keep hitting like other targets, it constantly pulls the Dust Devils into you. It does loads of damage because you've got full Torva on. It's kind of nuts. So even with a 13-point investment into range there, that's kind of nuts. Torva more than crystal armor. Crystal armor doesn't work on a blowpipe, does it? I don't think it works on a blowpipe, dude. Crystal armor effects will only apply to the Bofa for ranged. So crystal armor is no good for anything else. Just for Bofa for ranged. Like, will you get ranged accuracy? You'll get the bonuses of the base armor, but it won't, like, transfer onto a blowpipe. I had a plan, but then saw Dorga, and it's got me rethinking everything. What would you recommend for a Dorga build? Ah, that's a really good question. Maybe we'll go through it in a bit. Yo, Mazar, how you doing? Is the KBD bow your normal hit ×2, or is it your normal hit split into 2? I believe when I tested it, it was... I believe when I tested it, it was normal hit ×2. So, like, you get double max hit and 2 times the chance to proc echo. I think we might need to check with Husky on that, though, man. There's so much I don't know what to do anymore, yeah. Did you use bronze bolts with King's Barrage? I was using crappy bolts, yes. I was using, I believe, Runite bolts. I think I was using Onyx bolts. I was using Onyx bolts. I really wanted to test it with, like, rubies and with other things, but time. It either seems too broken to be fathomable or too weak to be a real echo weapon. You hit 35, 36 on Arch with Missouri. Yeah, it was... I didn't have any other armor on though, man, did I? Let me bring the video up. I'm pretty sure I had regular Missouri top and bottom. Yeah, I definitely did. It's not like I transmogged it on, I'm pretty sure. Mute, please. How do I mute? KBD. So, like, I've got no boots. I've got no amulet. I've got no head slot. I've got an infernal cape on. And we hit 29, 29, 36, 35 with a 21 heal. And I think at this point, I had some crossbow spec. I definitely had max hits, and I definitely had increased accuracy, and I definitely had ice spells convert to water, and water spells bouncing back to you. But otherwise, I don't think I'd spec'd much into range strength. And the bolts I was using are trash. Can we get a look at what the bolts are when they come out? I don't think we can. No. I'm pretty sure they were Runite bolts, though. 99 range. I think I was 90 range on this one. I don't think I had max combats. And I wasn't potted. If it helps, Maz, I have seen the crossbow hit 60-60, I think. I think I've seen it hit 60-60. And that wasn't me. You can see Onyx Bolt E on the floor of Callisto. Yeah. I honestly think I just, like... In fact, you know what I did? I think I went in and I just picked up the bolts. It's probably split then. It could be. It could be. Was this with no masteries? It was with a limited amount of masteries, like maybe like 30 points. See if I can recreate it. It was definitely with that. It was definitely that. I think we went this way. I think what I did was this. 25 points. And then I definitely had this, and I think these two. So I think this is what it looked like in the video. I think, roughly. Don't hold me to that. But I think this is roughly what it looked like in the video, so you can buff it up even more. You could go range prayers being 30% more effective. You can get more range damage right there if you want. We can roll even more accuracy. Like, you're not getting much more out of it than that, though. I guess if you really want 2% more range damage. And then obviously the gear makes a big difference as well, right? Does the second hit still count as the ice spell with your build if the freeze is toggled off? Yeah, it just doesn't freeze the target in place. It's literally just for what's the word I'm looking for? It's literally just for convenience. It doesn't change the effect of the spell. It just stops it freezing. In 11 points, 75 range naked, rune crossbow broad bolts has you hitting 56. So if KBD bow isn't hitting 56, 56, then it's split. Right. Got ya. What is range meta looking like, Maz? You're gonna have to tell me, because I was really liking the look. And I'm not saying this is like optimal, but I was really liking the look of like picking this kind of thing up in a 14-point investment with a Sunlight Hunter's crossbow, still retaining 3-tick. So like not taking this. I don't know. I really like this. 15 points. I'm not saying like anyone would ever do this as like an end game aspirational build, but for 15 points with a Sunlight Hunter's crossbow, if you're an Abundance Woodsman picker, is this not like the most DPS you can get early? With like Moonlight Kebbit bolts or whatever it is. Moonlight Hunter bolts. Abundance will let you be 38 Slayer for the Heart of Darkness, right? I think we talked about this. Someone's going to have to like double check or tell me if I'm wrong. I think we still will need 48 because it's unboostable. Sad. Very sad. Yeah, you can't boost. That is sad, man. That is sad. Got it. Thank you. Love the build. No worries. No worries. The Spory Bow seems weak. The passive is nice and all, but DPS-wise, yeah, you're going to need... For her Spory Bow, number one, you're going to need to not take damage. Because if you're not taking advantage of these to, like, cap your base maximum and min hit, it's kind of going to be sad, right? So you're going to need to not take damage that you can avoid. You're going to need to be a good gamer. You're going to need Dragon Arrows to really benefit from Spory Bow. But the thing you have to realize about Spory Bow, right, is you can get it really early. If Zaya is your first region unlock, if it's a region you're thinking of picking and you're going to pick it first, you could get there at 65 farming very quickly, and off you go. Spory Bow. I think when I did the tier list, so I've done a tier list video, and when I did that and went through it, I ranked it as like, yes, it's good, but it's like, it's going to carry you through a lot of early, mid, and even like raids, but it's not like end game aspirational gear. Thank you, Forwards. Thank you, mate. Honestly, those non-damage restrictions on nodes are weird. Basically makes everything else better. Which one's Faramir? Which one's, ma'am? It'll be 2 tick with the 1 tick speed up, right? Cross. It only works to bows though. Oh, you mean this? Sorry. Yeah. Ah, we're talking about Hespori bow. Yeah, it'll be a 2 tick. 2 tick Hespori bow. Yeah. 2 tick Hespori bow. Are you allowed to say what bolts you use for the KBD shot? Yes. Runite Onyx bolts E. No boots, no amulet, no head slot, infernal cape, 29 mastery points, and 90 range. No pots. Do we get another reveal? I don't know, man. Are we going to get a reveal in 3 minutes? We might. I actually don't know. I think I can safely say, and it feels good to say this, I feel like I can safely say beyond this point, I have no idea what's happening. I have no idea what's happening beyond this point. Hey, been a new corner to the channel? Good to see you, Prime Man. Sadly got a dip for 2 weeks. No. Ah, man, you'll have plenty of time when you get back. I think the good thing about being late to leagues, honestly, Prime, is that a lot of people are doing the maths now. And they're probably going to be doing the maths on like what builds do the most damage and are the most fun between now and Wednesday, and even figuring it out during leagues. So if you're coming back late, like a week late into leagues, you've got all the people have already done the hard work. You can just pick whichever one looks best to you. I hate that they made bows only good for people who aren't bad at the game. I tell you what, I don't even want to go bows again, man. Like, I'm so over bows after last year because, like, ranged attacks never missing and then having T-bow. I don't know, man. It got to the point where I was so bored of bows. It was crazy. But I agree. For people who maybe didn't get to try bows last year, it's not going to totally, like, fuck it up if you take damage. It's only going to half the effect, right? So it's just going to take longer to ramp up. It's just going to take longer to ramp up or harder to cap out and stay at cap if you take damage. But it's still going to be effective. Unless you're taking damage on every attack. You mentioned a few days ago you had a leak slip up somewhere. What was it? Yeah, on stream, I accidentally called the Gargler the Lithic Staff pretty much on the day it was revealed. The Lithic Scepter. I think I called it the Lithic Scepter. And I may have even at some point hinted that it was like a magic soul spear. But I don't think it was like enough for people to catch it. What propaganda am I spreading this time, man? I'm going through everything. So I'm not like pro one thing or another. I'm going through everything. I just really can't be arsed with bows this year. V's Helm. V's Helm. We're going through the echo items quickly. Very, very good with Thorns builds. Very good as a pickup if you're not taking Culling Spree as well. Or if you're not taking Mauritania Kandarin to actually just get an imbued Slayer helmet anyway. Otherwise, I really like that they didn't buff the Fremi item to the point where it compensates for the region being kind of whatever anyway. I think Jagex are quite happy to let Fremennik take like a backseat or like just be like a middle ground region this year. If you're going something like a Thorns build though, when the passive effect of this triggers, 5% chance to like turn any damage you take into 0 on that hit. That does still trigger the Thorns effect as if you were hit by a regular attack. So if you're doing damage based on how much they did to you, it will still count that before it was turned to a 0, which is dope. $60 secs to spec as much as you can. Okay, the only thing is, unless they've changed it. No, they haven't changed it. The only thing is, it's just one special attack, sadly. Sadly, Jad, it's one special attack within the next minute. But, you know, if you're against... So, you know where I had a good time testing this? Obviously, somewhere like the DKs is great. Because you're taking damage potentially from all those little, like, spiny dudes in the pool. I forgot what they're called. But they're all shooting you at the same time as 3 Dagonoth Kings, like, hitting you if you want to, like, flick through your prayers to do that. So you are proccing this effect more often than you think, and that leads to a lot of free special attack. Also great. I tell you where this was really fun. On a Slayer task with a Din's Bulwark, you just sit there. Loads of things attacking you. Let's say you do one Din spec. You aggro everything in the room, like all the Necreals. They all start attacking you. They all spawn their like Necreal spawn. They all start hitting you. They're dealing damage to you. You proc this. You just spam that Din's Bulwark special attack, man. It is crazy. Does the Thorns Reflect give an extra XP drop? No, it does not. I don't think it did. Where can we find these stats? It's pinned, man. Pinned comment for you there. At least I think I pinned it. It should be pinned in the stream. What bosses are demon bosses? Cerberus? Cerberus? Cerberus is weak to Demon Bane. Hold on. We got KBD here, not a demon. We got Hunlif, not a demon. Grotesque Guardians, not a demon. Hespori, not a demon. Thermi, not a demon. DK's not a demon. Cowfight Queen, not a demon. Hound, a demon. Echo Moxy, not a demon. So the only Echo boss that is a demon is Cerberus. But otherwise, Yama, Doom, obviously all the base demons, like, you know, greater demons, lesser demons, black demons. You've got the demons in Kandarin. What are they called again? Tormented demons. You've got... what else? People can help me out here, surely. But yeah, there's a reason why there's only one Echo weapon with Demon Bane on. Demon Bane actually doesn't have crazy benefits this year. And the benefits you do mostly get from it are going to be, realistically, just for Doom. So, yeah. Demonic gorillas, tormented gorillas. Yeah, same, but different. Same, but different. The bunkers are the only Demon Bane weapon, yeah. Give me your tots. Have we cooked up a dogger build? We can do that. We can do that in a mo. Where were we? Kandarin. I think we've already talked a lot about this stuff. I don't want to talk too much about it. I don't want to talk it to death. Very, very good, though. Honestly, these two items combined are god tier. They're so, so strong. Bow is okay. Bow is very accurate. Bow has very mid bonuses otherwise, if any at all, non-existent. Very accurate. Very low drop rate. So this is very strong to get early. 65 farming. Go kill Hespori. Get your bow. It is going to be really strong to get you into harder content to get upgrades. That's what it's there for, man. The Gargler. I love the Gargler. And I actually came up with a really fun build for the Gargler. Hold on. Because I think a lot of people see the Gargler and think, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to like go all in on powered staves and magic. But actually, the Gargler works really well if you just get up close. Let me get it. All right, we might have to optimize this a bit because this was done on the fly. So this is a Gargler tank build, right? You could call it the Shield Gargler. So the Gargler is a one-handed powered staff. So you can use a shield with it. So for that reason, we're going into Thorns with the Gargler, and we're getting all the benefit of Thorns with a shield equipped, which is really great. On top of that, we got the Gargler, and the Gargler is going to be sped up to a 1-tick attack speed. So it's going to be hitting super fast, building up the stacks that it has. Kind of like Sunlight Spear, if you think of it that way. You're going to be building up a stack every tick. And then you click the special attack button, boom. You're like nuking everything. The reason we've spec'd into rune regeneration here, realistically, is just to buff up our defenses even more as a mage tank, but also to like slowly heal us as well. So we've spec'd into powered staves. We've spec'd into regenerating air and water so that as we're casting with the Gargler, we're also healing and restoring prayer pretty much every tick because we have a 90% chance to regenerate runes or ammo. We can actually go ahead and make that a near 100% if we just take off a bit of prayer penetration, pick this up. That's pretty nice. We can overheal with this. And we also increase our defenses whenever we cast with a powered staff. So we're increasing defenses. We're restoring health. We're restoring prayer as well. And then we're reflecting everything. And really, the only region you need to pull this off really effectively is Mauritania. And that's why I love this build, because then you've got total freedom over whatever else you want to pair with this. Do you want to pick up Crystal Armor to buff the Gargler even more? Could be good. It has decent defensive bonuses. You could just camp Arims. It's not going to be quite as good, but Arims is very tanky. So the idea behind this build is you have your shield, you have your Gargler, you aggro everything, you just stand in the middle of it, you just take damage, reflect it, spam specs. It is so much fun. Lithic doesn't benefit from special attack regen from 2% from 2 tile node. This one, whenever you attack an enemy from at least 2 tiles away with any style, you restore 2% special attack energy. No, because it doesn't count as energy, unfortunately. Great video today. Thank you, Mr. Static. What weapon is he talking about? The Gargler? I'm talking about the Lithic Scepter right now. We're talking about this. If that is at all helpful. I'll move down into this corner. I just realized for all surge spells, they use air runes. If you spec into air tree, you get 1% chance to max hit per prayer bonus. If you have Wilder, you can get Ring of the Gods for 16%. Yeah, it's very nice. If you have looked at the masteries and these echo items, you may realize that Kandarin for Shadow Flame plus Devil's Element with max magic damage. So let's say Ancestral, because Crystal won't work with this. It's not a powered staff. It's just a regular magic staff. So Zaya, Kandarin, and then you could pick Wildy for more prayer bonus, and then camp air spells for the crazy max hit potential. It goes nuts. And you can just camp air spells for the max hit, but then it applies whatever it's weak to. Which is really good. As a shitty bosser, hardest boss I've ever done in base game is Jad. What combat style will be like the most forgiving? I think other people have already kind of answered your question, but I feel like water magic is like really laid back. Like super, super laid back. Where's my Gargler build? We'll leave the Gargler build up. This is the Dogger build we're working on. We'll leave that up. Wait, can I have both up? I should have just had them on the same thing. All right, we'll go back to that. But like, chat, let's work out a really like noob-friendly build here. I think water spells just always bouncing back to you is kind of crazy for just general sustain. And then if you have air on top of that, then we're going to have to switch to air unless we're using a powered staff. I think just these points alone, like 9 points here, means that if you just like sit on water spells with 10 points, so you've got like 2-tick magic spells that heal you, it's not bad. Even just that as a 10-point investment will allow you to do a lot of content in the game pretty chill. Yo, Hoobles, how you doing, bro? Thank you very much, man. Kind words. Am I allowed to say what packs I had for the testing as well? I don't think there's a reason why I can't. I just can't remember, dude. Are we talking about crossbow again? Payout? Can you say what regions would be best for this noob build? Thing is, there's so many, like, there's so many combinations. It's hard to say, like, what do you have fun doing? Because even if it's noob friendly, are you going to enjoy camping water spells for the entire league? I don't think you are. Right, let's have a think. We're going to want a lot of rune regeneration here. You could just go full magic, but let's say you also spec into bows for... You probably don't want bows, actually, if you're going to take a lot of damage. Could go thrown weapons and go desert. Could go thrown weapons, go desert with Kandarin. So that you get the elemental stuff, and then if you want to switch to range, you've got the Drygore, and that could be really good, just like that. You don't even really need the melee strength here, though, because you're probably going to camp different gear, so... Honestly... that feels like a bad pickup. Fuck it. You just kind of, like, go for it. Like, water spells and then having the ability to switch to a Drygore for really decent range DPS is also nice. But if you want, like, a brain-dead magic build, then honestly, you probably just go, like, one-tick powered staff. It's not going to be the easiest to get a hold of, but then you can, like, you can just do this and just go all in on powered staffs, and having powered staffs give you everything you could possibly want. 19 points, you've got a one-tick powered staff that boosts your defense, increases the damage of your next spell, heals you, restores prayer. Like, even that's kind of crazy. But I think it ultimately depends. Like, what combat style do you enjoy? Because I think we could make kind of like a noob-friendly build for each style. Crossbow would be good switch for big hits. Could be, could be. The only downside then is you're waiting for like a 7-tick attack delay before you can switch back to magic, and that's going to feel awful. Yeah, the crossbow. All right. Here's what I think I had for the crossbow on the video. I don't think I had rigor on, by the way. I definitely had this spec'd into, but I don't think I had rigor on. Just so you know. No rigor. That's 28. So I'm missing maybe 1. Oh, no, I'm missing 2. I think I had 30. Yeah. Pretty sure this is what I had for the video on the crossbow. You know what I should have done just to make everyone's life easier? I should have just put max range on 40 points and screenshotted it. And then you would have seen how hard it could possibly hit. But hopefully the calcs will be out. The BBC Granite Mole switch, that's quite interesting, to be fair. Especially if you go into the spec tree. Could be fun. Did you say that the blessing works on the quadrant? I did not, no. The quadrant is not a powered staff. It's just a regular magic staff. How do you achieve 2-tick spells? You just spec into this little bad boy right here. This little bad boy right here turns regular spells into 2-tick. This one here reduces the attack speed of powered staffs by 3. So Shadow goes to 2-tick, and something like an Ayak or Lithic Scepter goes down to 1. You think the Sunfired set would cook with the final air node? So you're getting what? 20? How much do you get from full Sunfire? Is it 25? 25 prayer bonus? 1% chance to max hit per 1 prayer bonus. That's 24% from Sunfire. Let's say you get an extra 12 with Fremi with the Dragon Bone Necklace if you really want to. But then you're missing out on magic damage. I think at some point you have to sacrifice prayer bonus for magic damage percent, because this is just a chance to max hit. Do you want high chance to max hit? Some big brain is going to have to work this out. Is it better to have a much higher chance to max hit at a lower like cap, or is it better to have a higher cap of max hit and just have good accuracy and just roll with the punches on rolling max hit as usual? You know? I don't know if it would cook, though. You know what I tried to do? I tried to do a melee build. And I do have a build for this in my builds video. Tried to do a melee build based on one-handed prayer with some special attack. And...
W's in the
I think it was with the offhand here. With the offhand, like, extra damage here. And then with an option to switch into one-handed dragon knives and dragon axes. And I think when I had a go, it was just absolutely insane. People are going to sleep on it purely because it doesn't really involve an echo weapon. Like, not massively. Like, I think you use dagger mostly, and you take Asgarnia Zaya here. And the idea is that you have max Sunfire. Hold on, I'm going to have to actually bring my build back up. Where is it? Prayer spec. Prayer spec. Prayer spec. Prayer spec. And where is my notes? Hold on. All right, prayer spec build. Okay, yeah. So this is like spamming special attacks with prayer bonus. This one seems kind of fun. We can probably optimize it even more. But the idea is we get full Sunfire gear, and we probably end up taking, based on my notes here, we go Asgarnia, Fremennik, and Zaya. Maybe you end up taking Zaya first into Asgarnia second and Fremennik third, or, you know, swap Fremennik and Asgarnia, whatever you want. But the idea is we spam special attacks. Honestly, something like a Dragon Dagger goes really hard early on because it's a light weapon and it specs. We're building up spec on hit. Daggers are hitting twice. We've also got extra melee damage based on strength bonus, based on strength level, sorry. Faster daggers, which is really, really nice. 20% chance not to consume specs. So imagine 4 Dragon Dagger specs on there. You're likely to proc it at least once, which is really, really nice. You use your daggers to build spec back up, and the dogger is really good for this. 2-tick dagger. And then this is kind of just for fun. This bit is for funsies. Because we have Zaya, we're also going to use the prayer bonus gear with an offhand item here called the Antler Guard. So we've got full Sunfire gear, we've got an Antler Guard, we've got Echo Boots, we've got the Dragon Bone necklace for 12 prayer bonus. You can also, I guess, slap on V's helm if you really want. But I think Sunfire might be a bit better for the prayer bonus here. And then we use things like Dragon Knives, poison them. Dragon Knives poisoned or Dragon Throwing Axes. And you can spam the special attacks on that as well. And then because we have Asgarnia, if you really want, this doubles up as like a really effective range thrown weapon build. As well as melee spec. I really like this one. Is it the craziest for DPS? No. But is it going to be incredibly fun? Absolutely. I really, really want to try this one. I'll be doing this one at some point. Is there any info if Devil's Element counts as a shield for the offhand? I'm pretty certain it doesn't count as a shield. Go Dagger with Thorns and Overheal and 200% accuracy and Flask. Yeah? Yeah. There's a lot you could do, honestly. That's what I love about Le Ligas here. There's so much you can do with this mastery tree. You'd have to grind out Nightmare, though? Wait, what are we talking about? The Air Capstone has a % chance to max hit based on prayer bonus, doubling if the monster is weak to air. Does it mean it's always doubled with Devil's Element? I imagine that's how this would work, yeah. I imagine that's how it would work. I think we should ask Husky on that one, because if that is the case, air spells are honestly crazy this year. Does Thorns also proc 2% spec back since it counts as a melee? You mean on this one? I think it does. I think I was definitely... Not this one, sorry. We're talking about... Where is it? Which one are we looking at? Is it this one? Whenever you attack an enemy for at least 2 towers away? I think it does work. I was definitely regenerating spec with Thorns. Just came home. Is there any new info for today? Yo, Lee, check the pinned comments, man. There is all the Echo items are out now, all the stats. And there is a video on YouTube if you want to check that out as well. If you're looking at a pure mage build, what would your areas look like? Oh, man. For a purely mage build, I think you now have to split magic in two. Do you want a purely mage, like, spell casting, or do you want powered staves? Because I think it looks different whichever one you want. So if you want, like, a pure mage elemental weakness build, then you definitely want Kandarin and Zaya. Because you want full Ancestral and you want Devil's Element and Shadow Flame Quadrant. You definitely want these with as much magic damage as you can get on it. That being said, people in the chat are currently trying to cook up whether it's worth even getting prayer bonus with this instead. So maybe instead of Zaya, you get your Sunfire with this so that you're stacking the chance to max hit, and then maybe you take a different raid region. I don't know. But I definitely think off the bat, it's sensible to assume that Ancestral from Zaya and Kandarin are core for a very good elemental build. And beyond that, you've got some freedom. You've got freedom for the last region. However, if you want to go down a powered staves build, it changes slightly. I think you want Tyranwin for the Crystal Blessing, and then any raid region for the Shadow, and then probably slap Kandarin on top of that for even more magic damage. Like full crystal and occult necklace plus the Shadow is going to be crazy. You can hit 50 prayer bonus with vestment roads. That is true. Do you even want Ancestral if Virtus gives 5% per? What? How is What? How is Virtus? What? I'm confused. How is Virtus giving us 5% magic damage per piece? KTM is going to be a super popular combo. I think KTM is looking really strong. KTM is looking good. I feel like the M, though, is largely substituted for whatever else you want. But the benefit of taking KTM is before you get to 93 Slayer to be able to kill Ecothermy, you can pick up the Gargler from Grotesque Guardians at 75 Slayer. And that's going to be fine to keep you going in the meantime. And if you really don't want to do that, then is Mauritania even massively worth it? I'm not sure. Virtus, if you're using Ancients converting to Elemental. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. But then you're... Yeah, I kind of get it. I kind of get it. I am yapping a lot, aren't I? Tell you what I'll do. I'm going to switch it up. I'll put chat in front of me for once. And then I can catch your questions and then look on this screen if I need info. How about that? You've got my full attention. You got my full undivided attention. How about that? The only downside is now I need to share the other screen, which is kind of annoying. I don't think it works. Question, is a hot dog a sandwich? You know what? I really love Flumple, man. Like, he comes into chat and he asks the really good questions. In the UK, it's quite contested whether something is like a sandwich, a cob. Americans are going to be like, what the fuck is a cob, I think. Or at least it might mean something totally different. Is it a cob? Is it a bun? Is it, what else do people call it? God damn. There's loads of different words for different types of sandwiches in the UK. And I would argue that a bun is a different classification of like sandwich entirely. You know, if you've got your powered staves in RuneScape and you've got your like regular like staffs, a sandwich is one thing and a bun is the other. A bap? Yeah, there's a bap as well. What the fuck is a cob? Exactly. Oh, a taco for sure. There you go. You've got the answer right here. What if the hot dog bun? Flumple, man. You're distracting me. Question, is the ocean a soup? Yeah, the ocean is 100% a soup. The problem is the soup is so salty, no one can really drink it. It's too salty. It's a sausage roll. Oh, now you're... see, I don't know, though. I don't know, though, because a Greg's sausage roll, that's like a baked good. That's like a different thing entirely. Is water wet? All right, listen, guys, we're moving on. Oh, God. Okay, we'll talk about food. God damn it, you guys. Script. Harm, Orb, Nightmare Staff makes Mori a stronger choice because I'm pretty sure it's the only way to make elemental spells 2-tick. Why wouldn't they just be 2-tick anyway? Shadow Flame Quadrant makes them 2-tick. Any elemental staff makes it 2-tick. But I know what you mean. Are you saying like Nightmare Staff is just the better elemental staff until you get Shadow Flame? That means doing Nightmare, though. That means people doing Nightmare, and you know people are going to hate that. Spells a 3-tick? Oh, shit. Wait, hold on then. What are we saying? Oh, I see what you mean. Oh. Now it's clicked. Damn, I didn't even think about that. I honestly did not even think about that as a possibility. Yeah, you could go Harm Orb. Okay. Damn it. That's actually crazy.
W's in the chat.
Yeah, honestly, Nightmare Staff. Oh, that feels bad though, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Like having Nightmare Staff potentially compete with Shadow Flame. I don't know. I think Shadow Flame's still going to be good in places where Ellie weakness is great, but otherwise, is there a build here? And I'm guessing this is what you guys are cooking up in chat right now. Is there a build here with Nightmare Staff where you just go for crazy max hits on 2-tick rate with air spells? Is that what we're cooking? The passive of Echo outweighs it, I swear. It's so difficult, though. It's so difficult. Yo! Thank you very much, bro. Appreciate it. Great job on the video today. Keep up the great work. Also, how feasible do you think it will be to solo top? You're going to be fine. You're going to be absolutely fine. Will you need a lot of points? Yes. You'll probably want like, what style? If we go melee and you want a solo top, maybe not even blind bag. Honestly, I think you'll be fine soloing top regardless of which combat style you end up going for. If you have the echo items or you have like BIS weapons, you're going to be absolutely fine. Yeah, you're going to be able to solo top. Hard mode might be a bit more of a struggle for some people, but yeah, I think you're going to be fine doing it. Appreciate you though. Thank you very much, man. Mr. Sharp. Was there a relic release? Good question. I'm going to say no, purely on the basis that I think everyone is probably focused on this right now, but let's see. No. No relic there. No new relic in blog post. And how about on here? Nothing. Nothing. So yeah, no new relic reveals today. Probably weekend for relic reveals. Marked as relic Saturday and Sunday. Yeah. There is so much to consider. I'm trying to figure out what regions other than Kandarin will work great for regular magic and not ancients. I mean, the guys in the chat right now, Trozzle, are cooking up like a Mori elemental build as well. I totally overlooked the possibility of a harmonized nightmare staff allowing you to cast normal spells at 2-tick. For some reason, I forgot that these are different in the sense that this is powered staves down by 3, but this is only spellbook rate down by 2. So you're going to be casting elemental spells 3-tick, but powered staves down to 2-tick from 5 and down to 1-tick from any less than that. Except for the Nightmare Staff with a Harmonized Orb attached, and then you're going to be on an Elemental 2-tick cycle. I really can't decide if it's better, and I need a bigger brain person to calc that. Basically nothing but Kandarin, and you can do like 45 DPS with Wind Surge. Yeah, it sounds kind of crazy. It is crazy. Shadow Flame does not expend your runes twice, so it won't regen twice. It still regens once. How does V's Helmet Slayer passive stack with Culling Spree additive? I actually don't know. I actually do not know the answer to that one. Hopefully we get some clarification from the JMods on that one. I did not have time to go through and like check Slayer tasks and stuff. Gargle Staff and Nilo's all you need. It's crazy. 1-tick Gargle Staff, building up a spec every 5 ticks if you're attacking without like any delay or movement, and you're just nuking the room. It's really strong. Can confirm. I think Gargle Staff is kind of in the same category, honestly, as Varlamore and Korend, in that it's an echo weapon that you can get relatively early, except I feel like its power continues to be relevant right up until the end. If it hasn't been mentioned, Air Surge, Max Hit Fishing, Heavy Ballista Switch seems to be a neat build. You'll have to link me your build, man. If you join the Discord, go into the builds channel, drop a link to that in the channel and tag me, and I might just quickly get to bring that up. Take the smoke node, so Virtus is Biss. Yeah, it's quite interesting. It means you don't have to pick Zaya. Like, you go Kandarin and then... What, you pick Grimoire? Interesting. That is quite interesting, though. And what if... Quite a lot to invest into for a Scepter, though. Having to take Fremi for a Scepter just feels bad, man. I don't think you bother. But yeah, Virtus with conversion from Ancients to Elementals, kind of crazy. I slept on that one a little bit as well. I'm not going to lie. I'd never got to test that. Is Yama's regular drop table fixed? I mean, the drop rates are lower in leagues, right, than Gridmaster, so I think you'll have less of an issue. But I don't know if they fixed the bugs from Gridmaster, to be honest with you. I think that's one of the many questions in the FAQ. I don't know if they've answered it yet. For the Gargler, if you swap off it, then back on, do you keep your shatter stacks? I think they retain for like a certain amount of time. It might even say right here. Let's see. Shatter stacks, blah, blah, blah. Type plus damage. How did it work with Soul Spear last year? I seem to think it retained them for like 10 ticks, maybe? Was it 10 ticks and then it disappeared? I seem to think it was that, and if so, I think it'll be the same thing. Devil's Element does not count as a shield as far as I'm aware. It's just an offhand item. Is Shield Thorns build with F Echo Helm a noob trap for someone with limited bossing experience? I want to use it to try learn mechanics. No, Shield Thorns build with F it's pretty crazy, man. It's pretty crazy. I will say it takes way too long to get into. It is a massive noob trap to spec into that early. If you do this early, if these are your first like 7 points, you are going to regret it. Pretty sure you are going to regret it. So I think what you do is you spec back into Thorns at least 15 to 20 points. Because as soon as you can go up here, grab all of this, plus this, and heal on recoil from Thorns as well. I'd say this is like the minimum you'd want to do Thorns on, to be honest. And even then, I think you want to pick up things like maybe a bit of blind bag with it. I don't know what like minimum effectiveness is for Thorns, to be honest with you. I would personally want a lot more than this. I would say wait until you've got more points, because like if you can go Thorns with blind bag so that you're sat there with auto retaliate on, or you're just hitting things with a shield and you're also doing extra damage, it can be pretty good. I think Thorns is a bit of a trap early. Any recommendations for regions to pick if I want to spec into BBC from Wildy? I think Void is very good. So Asgarnia. I think Asgarnia would be good to pair with BBC from Wildy. If not, I think maybe even something like Desert for Missouri. At which point you kind of want Asgarnia as well. So WAD is good. But if you do that combo, you may end up having to pick Grimoire Relic. Because this extra 30% effectiveness on range prayers is really good with Rigor. So either you go WAD or WAZ, something like that is good. Can I confirm if I ever one-shot a boss with blind bag? Can I confirm? I never one-shot a huge boss. I did, however, I don't even know if I'm allowed to talk about this actually, but all I'll say is I did, however, roll an absolute crazy bit of luck with blind bag once, where I did have a scythe and 4 god swords in my inventory, and all but 1 god sword procced after, you know, proccing blind bag once, and I wasn't even playing the game. I was like sat back, eating lunch with auto retaliate on, with a Din's Bulwark, Justy, and some blind bag weapons in my invent. And I can say it made me put my food down for a second. That I think that's all I can say. But I will also say I never saw that kind of high roll chance again. So there's a bit of a gamble with blind bag. I heard someone say that the slow crossbow forces the delay on weapon switches. Yeah, I mean, like, if you attack with a 7-tick crossbow, then you're not... Wait, on weapon switches, or do you mean on your next attack with a different weapon? Because yes, if you attack and you've got a 7-tick delay to your next attack, when you switch to a magic weapon, you still have to wait out those 7 ticks, you know? Soul Reaper Axe can put it over 2,200. How would that work, Sea Gold, though? Because wouldn't you want the stacks from Soul Reaper Axe? So are we saying that you camp Soul Reaper Axe and then blind bag into something else? Or are you talking about blind bagging with Soul Reaper Axe? Yo, Spoony, how you doing? You've sent me a build, bro? Let me have a look. Boys, if you want to do like a build review segment where you send me a build and we all go through it on stream, feel free. If you join the Discord, if you're on YouTube and you scroll down in the description, you can see the Discord link there, and I'll just pop it in Twitch chat for anyone who might be interested as well. No pressure, no need. If not, we've got plenty to talk through otherwise. But if you do want to, I'll put a link to it in. Double raid? No way. Mr. Double Shine viewers. How are you all doing? Yo, what the hell is that double shine emoji? I need that. Do I have it? Please don't expose me now. I'm sure I'm subbed to double shine. I am. Amen. Show him the crouching tiger. Yeah, guys, if you are just joining from Double Stream, welcome everybody. Hope you're all doing well. I can't believe Double's ending stream so early. Is he off to do a builds video? Is he going to do a builds video? I'm going to message him right now. Where's he at? I've messaged him. What's he up to? He's going to do a builds video right now. Starter builds. That's really smart. I'm not covering starter builds, so I think that's a really good idea. Wouldn't Soul Reaper Axe only apply the damage bonus to Soul Reaper Axe equipped and one in the bag? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, you need unique weapons for blind bags, so you can't just put like 5 Soul Reaper Axes in there. That's not going to work. Are there spells? Wait, are there spells that are multiple elements? No. But I think what is cool about that is, let's say you Ice Barrage. I mean, being able to freeze and heal is pretty good. Being able to heal and then, like, counteract the burn effect from fire spells while stacking burn is also nice. So I guess you could kind of say that Ancients is like multi spell effect. Just one in the bag, then Scythe and other stuff. Got you. Yeah. ZTM melee ranged echo builds. Thoughts? You'll have to send me like a link to your build, Nip. Double not subbed to SMH. Yo, Mr. Double, are you here? Good to see you, bro. Hope you're doing well. I'm sleepy. Builds video. Smart. Okay. Yeah, the builds video is smart. Can we share links to builds in chat? I think on YouTube chat you should be able, on Twitch chat you should be able to, but I'm not sure about YouTube chat. I am just going to post a quick link to the Discord in chat now. If you do want to drop in there though, just to save potentially getting auto banned by Stream Elements or something, then just jump in, go down to the builds discussion channel in the League 6 kind of like threads we have there. Post it there and tag me, and I'll just start bringing them up. I'm going to bring Spoons up first because he's messaged me. And we'll have a look. What's Spoon cooking with here? Okay, Spoon. I'm going to give you a chance to talk about this. It says Spoon's end goal, and it's a Tribrid build. Okay. Spoon, sell it to me, bro. What are you cooking here? What's the idea? I can see some bow, but not too much bow. So I'm going to guess maybe you're going Zaya here for Hespori bow early. You've got Blind Bag and Nally, so I'm guessing you've got Mori. I'm guessing you're going Zaya, Mori, and... Oh, if I had to guess off the top of my head. You've got Powered Staves, so you've already got your Shadow with that. Zaya, Mori... what's your third region? Crystal? Okay, Tyrannwyn. ZMT, maybe? Let me know if the build is good in your opinion. Crystal. Give me like a rundown. Give me like the main points of your build here. Talk to me about like what weapons you're using, what's your gear. With Bofa or Zaya bow? Got you. Can we send you our builds? You absolutely can, Soul Splice. If you go up to the link I posted not just too long ago in chat, join the Discord, put it in the builds video channel, builds discussion channel, tag me, and I'm going to be going through the builds now. But you will need to, when it comes to your build, just drop me a quick line on exactly what it is. Quad Flame is... Hold on, Zoro's onto something. Quad Flame is significantly worse than Harm Orb, unless whatever you're fighting has the correct elemental weakness. I feel like they should have maybe made Quad Flame Vortex so that it comes down to 2. I mean, there are going to be certain regions that benefit more, right? Hold on, Spoon. I'll come back to your build. Let's look at raids, for example, because let's be honest, that's everyone's like end aspiration. I feel like Chambers is a really good one. Chambers is a really good one because a lot of the bosses in Chambers have an Ellie weakness and they're different at a lot of the bosses. So like Vespula weak to fire. Yes, we know that. We know Olm weak to earth. So I still feel like something like Shadow Flame or Quad Flame, whatever we're calling it, surely still good, like pretty goated if you're picking Kanda and Zaya. But if you're picking up Mori as well, you've got some Toa Ellie weakness. 50% Lidinus. So that's going to become 80%, yeah? Surely Quad Flame wins out there against Warden. Against Groudor. Against Olm. Like, how high, Zoro, does the Ellie weakness need to be for it to be better? Does it just need to have an Ellie weakness? I'm curious now because it's interesting. All right, where's Spoon's build? Let's see. Spoon and goal. So Spoon's actually one of the only people I've seen who really is going for like full Tribrid here. I quite like it. We've got Bluetooth Hallie here, which is going to be really good. We got some blind bag. I like that. And then this is for... Is it just for a Shadow? Shadow, 7-tile Nally with Bags and Bofa, Zaya for healing. So this is for... Realistically, these nodes here are for Crystal Armor plus Shadow. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. I do like it. I do think, though, that... hold on. I mean, if you're just going to be using a Shadow or like an Ayak before that... I guess what would be interesting to know, Spoon, is like which way you intend to path early here. Like if you're going into melee early or ranged early, I see this being really good. But like this magic, like powered staff side of things probably wants to be the last thing you spec into. But it is really good. I like this as a Tribrid option. This totally falls off though. Like these points here become almost irrelevant later on because you're never going to switch to a bow. Like once you have this and this is healing you, and you have this for melee damage, these points become irrelevant. So maybe this is good to start, and then you respec at some point and take these points out and put them elsewhere. And that gives you 8 more points, which is quite nice. So you could even go down the route of like speccing into some ranged echoes here on melee hit. Which way would we go? We would probably even get rid of this and maybe go this way. We keep the 110% chance, but now we've got an extra 4 points here. Ranged echoes being able to trigger more ranged echoes could be nice on the melee build. I think the other way's better. 35% more accuracy in styles. I don't know. Obviously, I can't spend loads of time just going through one build because we've got quite a few to go through. But I think like later on when you drop the bows, this works out better. You get more universal accuracy and your melee hits now trigger additional ranged echoes. You get a bit more defense and you get more overhealing. But I really like it. I think it's a great Tribrid build, man. So the main thing with Quadrant over Harm is that it treats what you cast as the weakness, which Harm can't benefit from. So you can get water, max hit, and ice conversion from the base damage at all times. Are we talking about with? Oh, also with Ancient auto casting. Yeah. V's Helm has save benefits as imbued Slayer Helm. So with Slayer perk might give bonus. It might. It might. I actually don't know the answer to that. I don't know if they stack. Did we go through like a 10 point off the boat build to rush Moxy? We did. We did. Do I have it? In fact, let's make a build now, and then I'm just going to save it as like Moxy rush. I think I'm doing this. Then we're also getting Steel Dragon. We're getting Tsar. That's 7. And then we're going to hope that at like 60 combat, we can like mass bum rush Huey and just get a Huey kill him for number 8. I think, sorry, the only downside to the Harm Orb is that you're going to need to change your spells more often. There's less flexibility on what you go for. Yes, you could just sit and max hit with air spells, and it is probably going to be more consistent across the game than Shadow Flame. But then against those like bosses with good elemental weaknesses where you're increasing that by 30%, you can still camp air spells for your max hit potential. But then if it's weak to fire, you're also like getting what? Like, I don't know, let's say it's 50% weak to fire. You're also getting 80% additional effectiveness on top of your max hit. So I think Shadow Flame, like, again, I haven't ran the numbers, but against certain bosses, it's surely got to win out. All right. What's the weapon for this? For the Moxy Rush? For the Moxy Rush, it will be Glacial to Motley. And actually, before we move on to someone else's build, can you guys help me cook for a second? What are our 5 blind bag options for Echo Moxy? Because I'm struggling. Rune Mace, yes. Oh, wait, we could even... No, we couldn't. Never mind. I was thinking, like, can we get something from Implings to help there? Possibly. Don't tell me it's an Addy Simmy. Don't tell me it's an Addy Simmy, an Addy Spear, and an Addy goddamn Longsword. Please don't say that's... Oh my god, please. What else could be good? There's the Fortis Mace Shop. So we know we're getting... That's the same one. That's the wrong one. What the hell is this? Spikes. Rune Mace. What are our 5 blind bag items? Help me out. Tsar items? Really? You're going to grind Tockle before that? Or are we hoping to get it from, like, drops? Because they're quite expensive, aren't they? What? The big question, honestly, because we still don't have all the pieces of the puzzle. We don't have the tasks. The big question is, what tier are we going to be before getting to Moxy? Because if we're already going to be at tier 4 and you're a transmutation picker, you can go buy air runes from Tautek Clan or wherever, convert them into death runes, and yeah, you just go sell them for Tockle and you're chilling. But otherwise, isn't Tockle going to be a bit of a pain? Or do we all just gemscape for Tockle? Oh my god, how painful would that be? Can you imagine? We spend like 2 hours gemscaping just to get like some Tsar weapons. If you're Abundance, you can afford an Obby Mall. I think I am going Abundance Woodsman, so I think I might be okay. Abundance, yeah. Sell regen runes for Tockle. Okay. So what are we talking? Oh yeah, these are pretty decent. 1, definitely. 2, definitely. 3 and 4. And then what are the stats on this thing? 55 melee strength? This is just like, you just get all of them then. That could be the play. Just these 5. Plus an obby cape. Bit of extra strength bonus early. Pre-fight caves. That's actually pretty dope. Does he know the wiki has a search function? He does. He just forgets to use it. How are we getting tank armor for moons? We're not. We're getting rune armor from Moxy and we're just sending it. DPS beats the beats out on the defense there on most things. I think the only thing that kind of sucks is Eclipse. Reducing your attacks to like hitting once. Blood Moon's going to be fine with rune gear. Blue Moon's going to be fine with rune gear with the Infernal Tech Paddle. But we're going to go to Moxy, get the Moxy weapons, then go moons. Sorry if this has been asked, but are you doing a full route guide like Foe? I will be doing a full routing guide, yes. It's going to be rough and ready, though, guys, because I feel like we're not going to get a good amount of tasks until maybe the day before. So it's going to be, like, really rough and ready, but it should be good. You know, if you can buy Wrath runes in stores, you can't, I'm afraid, man. But if you've got transmutation value, huge transmutation value. You can get them as drops from Yama, you can get them as drops from Vorkath, and you can get them as drops from... Hold on, look, I'm using the search. I'm learning. Search function. There's 3 monsters, right? So Rune and Addy Dragons are off the table. Okay, so it's Vorkath, Yama, or craft them yourself in Kandarin. They're the 3 regions you can get them from without having transmute. Yo, Riot, how you doing, man? Hey, man, love the videos. Last few videos definitely helped me home in on a build. Recommended regions unlock order for a KTM mage. I would definitely pick Kandarin up early. I would definitely pick Tirunwyn as second, because I think Gauntlet is really achievable at like 70 combat. And then I would pick Mori last, because although you're going to miss out on using the Gargler maybe earlier on, maybe you haven't done much Slayer before that, and it means you won't feel forced to do Slayer earlier. You know, you can jump into the Gauntlet without any kind of like requirements, because Song of the Elves is auto-completed. So you can get your next kind of like mastery point and mastery reset point sooner than if you go to Mori, I think. So I would go in that order, man. I would go KTM. But the prayer boost from Barrows, I don't think you're going to need it, man, are you? Are you going to need it? You're already going to have overheads before you even really unlock your first region if you're trying to rush the... if you're trying to rush the mastery points, you know? So one possible play is to lamp prayer early. I wouldn't recommend that. But at tier 3 with a 12 times XP multiplier on prayer, you can either just go safe spot some dragons and bury 15 or 16 dragon bones to get your protect from magic. Sorry, to get 30 prayer, to then use the Varlamore method to get your overheads, and that's fine. But I do guess the icon is pretty good, Sparky. I'll give you that. But yeah, KTM's looking strong this year, right? It's a good shout. And thank you very much for the super chat, bro. That's very generous of you, man. Thank you. Or the two-handed weapons from Varlamore. I think that's a really good alternative. The only downside is we can't get Earthbound Tech Paddle early because we have to do the final Dawn quest. And I don't see myself doing that before doing Echo or Moxley at all. And then for Sulphur Blades, we could go pick them up. We could. Are the drop rates boosted on Sulphur Blades? That's what I want to know. That's nice. They are boosted from sulfurs, so we could get sulfur blades. It's not a bad idea. And we will have Tomotli too, so we maybe don't even need to pick up all those like weapons from Moral Wreck. Maybe we just do a bit, which helps, because I don't think Abundance is going to give us quite enough to get all 3 of them, unless you're doing fletching early. Maybe it will. I honestly think that with a Hunter Rush with Abundance, we're going to be kind of rich. If you're bad at PVM, what's the best way to get a lot of points in demonic packs? There's a load of points not behind PVM though, right? As I open this, I'm just seeing all the PVM tasks kind of spill out. Honestly, dude, a lot of these you will learn, and you will learn them in leagues very easy. Even if you're not very good at PVM, leagues is going to make it easy. Asgarnia's bar Awaken Whisperer, bar having to grind out a Bellator ring, and bar a solo Nex are pretty easy to do. But those 3 points are horrible. Which regions have the easiest unlocks, actually? I'm curious. Awaken Duke is going to be pretty chill. That is a CA, right? And it's kind of annoying anyway. This looks kind of easy. This looks very easy. Void Wake is going to happen pretty quick with boosted drop rates. Wilderness looks like the easiest to me so far, because you only need 1 corp kill. And then Desert also looks quite easy. Awaken Levy is going to trip people up, though, actually. Yeah, man, I think you just focus on the tasks that you know you can do, and then slowly go into the easier of the PVM tasks, like Huey Kill, like Fire Cape, into maybe God Wars, stuff like that. Take your time, like ramp up. Don't do the hardest stuff first, because you'll just beat yourself up about it. But I think you'll be able to do it, man. The combat mastery is going to make us really strong. Every point, if you're investing it in a way that like buffs you considerably, is going to matter. So maybe avoid taking neutral nodes too much early on and go for the big ones that actually give you huge buffs. Scritic, can you cook me up a good mage build that uses Tyriman crystal armor? For sure, Slime. I tell you what, I'm so sorry to everyone who sent me a build. We're going to go back to that now. I'm sure someone else has it. What's the wieldy like in leagues? It's pretty chill, man. Good to see you, John Deman. How you doing, man? Back to streaming. We are streaming. Yeah, pretty much every day now. Pretty much every day now. I'm not sure how much I'll stream tomorrow. No, that's a lie. I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'll be streaming pretty much every day now. The only day I may not stream much is whenever we get the tasks through. And even then, I guess we can come on stream and plan a starting route together. So maybe we are just streaming every day now. Personally, I found Power Staves kind of boring compared to the elemental stuff this year. I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. I think that Tyrannwyn with Kandarin and with a raid region for the Shadow. So like ZMT, sorry, not ZMT, ZKT or MKT are very good as Shadow kind of powered staff, crystal armor, raid region kind of combinations this year. They're the two I would pick over like going DKT, to be honest, but I guess it's preference on raid. Zaya is particularly nice so that you don't have to pick Grimoire and you can just pick up Augury for free. But then I guess you could just go Grimoire if you do pick up Mori instead. Move the toilet closer to you or equip a catheter. 100%, bro. Yo, Gulagran. Long time no see, bro. Hope you're doing well. Were you always missing an A in your name? Or have I just been calling you Gulagran for a long time now? I don't know. The Shadow Crystal build is going to be insane with 2-tick. It really is. It's going to be crazy. All right, I'm going to carry on with builds. Let's see what someone else has cooked up. Yo, Codbud, are you here? Are you here, broski? I'm opening your Thorny Mud Mage. Is Augury even worth it? I'd probably say it's a nice bonus if you've already got ZKT. Pretty nice. Scritic, check my Tribrid overheal build. Dropped it in the disc. Have you tagged me, Robert? I'm getting through them. I'm just going from like first tag down. Codbud, run me through this. What we talking? I can see it's a Thorns build. I can see you've got increasing defenses with Earth spells. What's the play? What's the plan? What are the main weapons? And what are the regions? Don't you want less defense to be able to recall more with Thorns? I wouldn't say so, man. Because this is kind of crazy. All recalls and Thorn style effects deal additional damage equal to 1% of your total defense bonuses. That's much better than like the percent of damage that you recoil on hit. Plus, if something's dealing a 0 to you, which is more likely the higher your defense, you're also healing 2 health and 2 prep. Hydration check. Codbud, tell me your things. I know you've put big defense, big heals, big Thorns. Give me your regions. I need a drink. One sec. All right, here we go. Look. Healthy salad. Kind of healthy. And water. But I also need to pee. All right, Cod. I'm back to your build. Here we go. Big defense equals big Thorns. So far, only region I've nailed on is Kandarin? Really? As in, like, you want elemental weakness, you want Shadow Flame and Devil's Element for the Thorns build, yeah? No real plan past that. This build is something that we'll respec into because it's going to take a shout. Good shout. I mean, if I was doing something like this and I had already Kandarin, I mean, a raid region on top would be nice. And Justy just goes really well with all of this, like extra defenses. The thing is, I guess you could have an elemental staff equipped and a shield, so you're actually benefiting from this. The big problem I have with a lot of builds that I think people are probably already cooking up around Earth and Thorns, like build up defenses and stuff, is you're either going to have to sacrifice, if you want to use the elemental weakness and you're using Shadow Flame and Devil's Element, then you're either going to have to sacrifice proccing a lot of the Thorn stuff that works with the shield, or you're going to have to sacrifice the extra elemental weakness that you get through Devil's Element and just accept that you're only casting spells for defense levels. The big problem is that, yes, you're attacking with magic to build defense, but you're only attacking with magic once every 3 ticks. And you're increasing your defense by, what are we saying here? by 1 per rune. So let's just say that gets up to the point with 120% rune regeneration that you're increasing your defense by, let's just say 5 defense per attack. You're going to need to attack a few times to really feel the benefit of this. So you're going to have to sacrifice something. I feel like it's just like, if you're going to do this, it does work really well. But the way I see it working best is an elemental staff in one hand and a shield in the other. Because like a full Thorns build with like a 2-handed door and then you spec more into melee is good. But then for this like hybrid one, you kind of want like a 1-handed shield offhand and a elemental staff. I do think it works really well though. Absolutely not bashing the build. I think it's great because then you've got the flexibility to use magic here to heal as well. I do like that. It's definitely either something you respec into or COD. I tell you what, magic early route is still pretty good. You could still go this way early as like a magic route and then just like slowly build around this way as you get more points. I like it though. Do we know if range strength will increase echo hit if procced from melee? I have no idea, bro, because that confused the hell out of me on stream yesterday when Husky described it. Can you actually hit anything in Justy? Yep. It's pretty good. You know, it depends on the weapon you're using, of course. But yeah. Because you want, like, actual attack bonuses. But yeah, you can. I want crossbow Thorns build more. Yeah, we're going to move on to the next build. What's the next one? You can't use Devil's Element. Requires a shield. Thorns requires a shield. That's what I mean. You have to sacrifice something, don't you? Like, you either give up the Devil's Element there and just cast elemental spells with a shield, at which point you're not getting much damage out your elemental spells compared to before. But you are building defense to then, I don't know, switch into a Dinny Bees when your defense is high enough. That's possible. It's just like a lot of work compared to literally just having full Thorns. Do I have one up? I have one somewhere. Anyway, on to the next one. Let me see. This is my Blue Moon Bop build. Seika, let's have a look. Blue Moon Bop. Oh, it's with blind bag as well. I like that. So we're sat on Blue Moon. I'm guessing you are on Ancients here. Seika taught me through it. What are your regions? Blue Moon Blind Bagger. Okay, I quite like that. I actually think this is a fun little like gimmick. Like, are you camping one set and counting on that a lot? Maybe. But I think it's fun. Robert, I will come to you as I promised, bro. Don't worry. Thorns build works really well with powered staves. Just saying, I have a Gargler tank Thorns build here that is incredible. This is such a fun build. I played around with this one a little bit. But anyway, Blue Mooner. I'm going AMT. AMT's not bad. I was thinking Wildy, Mori, and maybe Kandarin. Okay. So you're picking Grimoire for Ancients, I'm guessing? Because I'm guessing the idea behind this is you sit on Blue Moon, cast Ancients and freeze, and then you consume the Blue Moon effect to spec. You're also going to just weave in a melee hit here and there, which may also trigger Blind Bag. And then you've got a chance for specs not to count here, which is really nice. But yeah, you're not going to be on melee often, so there's no point going up there. I do like this. I almost wish that this one just had a bit more rune regeneration. If you're casting Ancients, you're using a lot of runes. And you could make this even stronger. I guess it depends on how important prayer penetration actually is to you or to your build. But like, if you drop these 2 points and you got another 30% rune regeneration to bring that up to 95%, and then you made it so that, sorry, where am I looking here? Where can we reinvest this point, actually? Originally, I was thinking here, but we're not doing powered staves. Maybe you can keep that prayer pen and it's not too bad. Wait, hold on. There's a 125% chance to regenerate runes now. You've still got a little bit of prayer pen here. More than enough, honestly. Way more than enough. I really like this. I think this looks good. This looks pretty good like this. A lot of rune regeneration. If people don't know what Blue Moon does, you have a chance when you're using the full set and you freeze or cast spell to weave in a melee hit, but then you can also consume a bind on someone to do a melee hit that does a shit ton of damage based on how much time is left on the freeze. It does also consume the freeze. And then you've got a chance here to prop blind bag, which I really like. So you can stack those heavy weapons. It's a good build, man. I like that one. I'm actually going to save that one. I think that's a fun little build. It does look really good. I'm saving that one. Can you send them link to this chat to save? I can. I can. Do people want that one? Hold up. Blue Mooner. I guess I'll pop that in there if anyone does want it. Okay. Scritic, my build is above where you're looking, so you might have missed mine. No worries, Conductor. I'll have a look. Did I miss people's builds? Hold on. Robert has been pinging me. I swear to God, every 5 seconds. So, Robert, I'm going to do you a solid and do yours next. Where is it? What's your name in Discord, Robert? Because there are so many builds here. Holy shit. Oh God, there's so many. Sorry if you answered already. What was your range level in the King's Barrage vid? It was 90. Scritic, my build is above where you're looking. Yeah, sorry, I have seen that. Is there a document like last year where you can plug your regions in and see what skills are solved and to what degree? There is, man. Are you in the Discord, Spencer? In our Discord? In the League's Resources tab, Gecko has a planner in there. And you can do that. That is no problem. Did you get to customize your character in the video you did? Did they plop you at the makeover mage? Yeah, I can... Like, they've got all sorts of fun little dev tools, man. So you can just, like, change your character to look how you do in-game. And failing that, you can just, like, use the Fashionscape plugin to just change how you look anyway. Robert, you've been pinging me non-stop. Where's your build, bro? Which one is it? What's your name in Discord? Tribrid Overheal is the name of it. Okay, thank you. Let me have a look. Tribrid Overheal. Okay, here we go. I found it, bro. I found it. Is this the one? Can you share Gargle build? What, the Gargle Thorns build? I can share that. It's no problem. Okay, here we go. What are we talking here? We've got Tribrid. We've got water spells. We've got crossbows, which I'm guessing you're pairing with BBC if you're going water spells. And then you've got Spec. Is this a Wildy Asgarnia for the Dogger? And maybe Zaya? What are your region combinations? Talk to me. Your Discord or the League's Discord? Yes, bro. It's in my Discord in the resources tab. Gargle Thorns. I'll share that for sure. Sorry for missing, but can you share the Moxy Rush build? For sure, bro. Anything for you. Moxy Rush there. Although, what's that? That's just the first 8 points. So that's what I'm hoping to have before Moxy. And we pick up the melee ranges doubled as the last node there, I hope. Because we probably won't have Glacial to Motley too soon. Garg Thorn build? What offhand are you thinking? Oh man, that's the hardest thing because I was trying to, with the regions I've paired it with, I was trying to think what the best offhand is. Honestly, it might be a DFS. And before a DFS, it's probably going to be an obby shield or something like that. It's going to be really bad until it's good. And Ellie, we don't have Wildy, man. We don't have Wildy with that. All right, Robert has shared his build. Let's see. Robert's build is called Tribrid Overheal. It is Kandarin Asgarnia Desert. Main weapons, ZCB, Dogger, and Thermi Staff. Okay. Kandarin Asgarnia Desert. So you've got... What have you got here for gear? You've got Virtus for magic. ZCB, I guess that's where this comes in, right? For the spec. And then Dogger for building up the spec. So the Dogger builds up the spec. The crossbows are for the damage with the ZCB. You're always max hitting. What's going to be your main weapon? Is your Dogger going to be used as like your utility weapon just to build spec back up? And then what's your main weapon otherwise? Because I almost feel as if the magic element of this is kind of like left behind, because I feel like there's a really good build here just with like crossbow light weapons. Spec with ZCB, build spec back up with dagger. Spec with ZCB, build spec back up with dagger. I feel like you could almost pick up, like get rid of magic nodes and pick up some like healing melee nodes instead. And that would be really good. But again, if you want a Tribrid, this is solid. This is really solid. Shouldn't you add 25% damage if switching after a max hit? True, that would be really nice as well, especially if you're speccing. I don't think it's a bad build at all. It's nice if you actually are very good at gear switches and you're going to like make the most of it. Are you going to be switching your gear and getting the most out of magic, melee, and ranged? If so, it works out pretty well. Otherwise, I would be tempted to be like, here, pick up extra melee strength on the dagger because we're going to be using it. And the dagger is going to be our main way of healing instead of water. So then we go for like melee nodes here. We go for... we're not using a two-handed. That would be a waste. We could always just invest in overheal instead. Could go up this way. I do think this is nice though, but you're only healing twice if you've got a one range. Like the heals aren't going to be crazy. 2 tick, 10% chance, 2 hits. Could even go harder on Dogger. Could even just buff Dogger even more. And we drop this, and we drop this. And then this becomes more magic based. And then we drop this because we have enough here overhealing here a little bit anyway. And then we pick this up. And then if it was possible to get that, man, that's such a shame. If we could get that last overheal node, maybe we don't care too much about this melee strength one because 20% of 99... it's not crazy amounts of melee damage, but it does make a difference on daggers that don't have much to begin with. Is there anything we can drop down here? No. Ah, I see what you were doing with the water, so you really want to benefit from that. So we do want more overhealing if you're going to use this more often. So we really need this node, is what we're saying. Maybe you don't care about the 25% damage on switching styles. Maybe you're not doing it in between each crossbow hit. In which case... maybe we can mix it up. How are you getting health back from the fire tree? We're not getting health back from the fire tree. We're getting health back by hitting with, hopefully, the sword. The dagger even. But we're trying to figure out a way to get overhealing and then speed this up, but it's not gonna, it doesn't allow enough points. That's the problem when you go Tribrid. It's like there's so many nice things that you wish you could get. Anyway, I do like the build. I think it's good. I think a Tribrid dogger crossbow could work really well. All right. Yo, Ramjam, thank you very much for the sub, bro. Thank you for the prime. I appreciate you. Or do you just camp 1 HP? Could sit low, but it's not great, is it? Extra overheal is nice. Yeah, you want the overheal. You want the offhand buff on the thrown right side. That's the problem. I feel like crossbows are just like kind of far away. Thrown tree into dagger works really well because thrown weapons have nice special attacks as well. All right, on to the next build. And I munch my salad at the same time. Okay, I'm picking out the next build. Conductor, you're up. Nox Halley blind bag with charge staff. Okay. We have Bluetooth Halley. We have blind bag. I think they work well together. And then just charge staff is a nice offhand as well. Off style even. And what is the play here in terms of regions? I'm guessing anyone who picks Bluetooth Halley, I have to assume that you probably have Mauritania, because Crystal Halley is actually really competitive as a weapon, but you need 2 regions for that versus 1. All right, hold on. What are we saying? Can you share Gargle build? I will share it straight after this one, I promise you. In fact, fuck it. I'll put it on now. You want the Gargle tank one? Gargle a tank? This one? I'll share it. There you go. Gargle a tank. Thoughts on always maxing with 3-tick Sunlight Crossbow and then swapping to Melee Mage for 25% more damage? I think it's really nice. I honestly think on a 3-tick basis, you just camp Crossbow. You don't even bother switching styles. If you do, you switch to a style with a similar attack delay. We'll get onto that. I'll tell you what. If you have a build for that, tick flow, send it to me. I'll bring it up because I do really want to cook a Sunlight Hunters build because I think that it needs fewer point investment than a lot of other builds, and you can get it super early. If you're an Abundance Woodsman picker, you can get Sunlight Hunters Crossbow day 1, and it's going to be just so strong. All right, Conductor. Okay, Mauritania, Fremenic, Asgarnia. If these helm stacks. Ah, I see. Like Black Mask. Sorry, Slayer Helm Plus. Wait, what do you mean? If these helmet stacks? Do you mean if it stacks with Culling Spree? Cutlich build, 100% Prayer Pen Tank Mage. Crystal Halley strength bonus is worse than Nox. It is worse. It is worse. I'm just saying, for people who maybe didn't want Mori and pick like Tyranwin and Kandarin, it's a good alternative if you do have points to spend and you pick up Bluetooth Halley. It's still good. Will you make a vid on these builds? I have a video already recorded. I just need to edit it and put like something on the screen. I have one going through my favorite builds that I have so far, but this is helping. This is giving me more inspiration, and I may need to go back to the drawing board to like put some other new builds in there. I really like that Blue Moon one. That's really fun. I like the idea on that. So, Nox Halley blind bag. I've seen quite a few Nox Halley blind bag builds, and I think they are just like solid. There are a lot of people apparently in the leagues Discord bashing blind bag. Just because it like obviously is a bit of a gamble, but it is a lot of fun, especially with the Nox Halley hitting from 7 tiles away. It's crazy fun. Yeah, I like this. I think it's pretty solid. I don't think you really need anything else here. You know, if all you want to do is blind bag and then, like Halley camp, blind bag, and then like at some point you can switch to a powered stave, that's fine. You don't get loads of benefit out of your powered stave on this side though. That's the only thing. You've got all this like ammo and rune regeneration, but if you're camping Nally with blind bag, you're not regenerating anything for melee other than maybe scythe charges. And then you're not getting any benefit out of regenerating runes through powered staffs. So, like, it may be worth dropping a couple neutral nodes here if you do really want to use your powered stave. It may be worth dropping a couple and just picking up a couple, like, of these. Because you really don't need all of that. And then you could pick up, like, let's say, regenerate water runes and that. And even just that 2-point change makes it so that when you use your powered stave, you're now healing on cast as well. That's quite nice. I think that's the only change I'd really make. Maybe do that, and if you really want to increase the sustain even more, you could just pick that up, and I think we're having to drop significantly more for this. But you could pick that up, and then like if you're using your powered stave, you're regenerating prayer and heal. You lose a bit of defense, you lose a bit of overhealing. So I'm not saying it's necessary, but I think that's still nice. Yeah, it's a good build, man. One-handed charge staff, though. What are we talking about? Yo, hi T. How you doing, bro? Long time no see. Man, I love seeing the old gang drop back in. It's great. Drop a prayer pen and defense and get the crossbow ranged echo for 20% chance. Here? For a 20% chance to max hit. Could do that as well, actually. That would be really nice. It all depends on how much you're going to camp powered staffs here. For me, I feel like you're going to be on melee so much that this is like, it's a nice thing when you can't melee something, and it's good to have backup options. You don't want to go all in on one style and then be sat there when you can't hit Olm. Obviously, that's going to be made a lot less of a problem this year with all the range you're going to get on melee. But yeah, nice build. I like it. Okay. This has 100% been the hardest league to plan for. So many options. It really has. Really has. Some of the 1.8 kilo melee weapons like Salorblade and Lance feel so bad with these relic setups. Yeah, I feel like the one-handed stuff, unless you're going to spec into like a more special attacking build, quite bad. Like Sail Door really does feel quite bad this year. I guess with the crystal, the bonuses that like crystal armor plus crystal blessing brings them up a bit more, but it's still not quite enough. Any thoughts on a Din's build? I've been through one already. It's very good. Din's Full Justy Thorns with V's Helm is crazy. It's a league, so I'm back from the Shadow Realm. I love that. How does a Halley Thorns build sound? It's okay, but like, if things can't hit you, like if you're far enough away that things can't hit you and you're safe spotting them, you're not benefiting from Thorns as much. I do think it works better on like weapons where you want to get up close, get hit by multiple enemies if possible. Yo, Sharp, thank you very much, bro. Appreciate you. The support is honestly a little bit overwhelming, but I really appreciate it. He's got the frog stonks. He's got the frog stonks. Welcome to the frog gang, man. Thank you. All right. Next build. I think I've been through most of these top ones now. I'm missing... And I'm sorry if you've already posted the build. I'm looking out for unique ones that are a bit different to the ones we've already talked about, because I think people want an idea of some of the crazy shit you can do. Doggin. I like this one called Doggin. It goes halfway into Fire Tree. We might open that one up. Thoughts on this? All right, someone did ask for crystal build. So this one is by Jetpack. So this one's by Jetpack. It's a... Wait, what is this Jetpack? It's a TKM crystal with Garg staff and flask. Okay. Tirinwin, Kandarin, Mauritania. So we've got Garg staff with crystal, which is a good combo. You've also got the option of a shadow when you do get it from Theatre of Blood. You got Thorns here, which also works. This is, honestly, this is very similar to my Gargler tank build. It's very similar. There's just like a few nodes difference. This is pretty good. Yeah, this is honestly very, very, very similar. I don't have much to say on this one because I know it's good. And I like this pickup down here. I don't think I have this on my Gargler build. This pickup down here that gives your offhand a little bit of extra magic damage is actually really nice with the Gargler that kind of needs that. Yeah, it's good. The only thing, I guess, is you're probably not focusing too much on the defense levels. And how much regeneration? We got 115%. That's crazy. It's quite nice. How much prayer pen do we have? 30%. Yeah, maybe you want to keep it at 30%. I think you do. Yeah, it's good. I really don't have a lot to say on this one other than I think it's really good and I think it's going to be really fun. Because it's very similar to... Let me see if I can find my Gargler. Like, how similar is this? The main difference... The main difference we have is just the neutral nodes we've picked up. You've gone for a little bit of extra magic damage here and extra rune regeneration, and I've just gone all in on defense levels for the Thorns. That's the main difference between the two. Otherwise, good build. I like it, man. Didn't realize you had one similar, but I'm excited to play it. It's really good, man. It's going to be fun. It is going to be one of those where you have to kind of come back to it, though. Yo, Sakura, how you doing? Did you try King's Barrage build against Valdovis? I did not. I literally only got to hit a few things in the wildy with it for the purpose of the video. I didn't get to try it with max range or against a lot of bosses. Please, can you explain Blue Mooner? I think, Clay, Saker... Actually, he might be over on Twitch chat. Saker did the Blue Moon build, so he might be able to explain it a bit better. But I'm going to bring up the next build. Thank you for the hydration check. Could we make a King's Barrage build that also specs into Shadow? I think that's pretty much what mine did. Oh, you mean camp Shadow and switch for heal? Oh. I think we could do that. Any halberd builds? We literally just went over one, I'm afraid, man. This is the one we just went over. We're going through other people's builds right now. These aren't my own, so someone in the comments in the chat might be able to hook you up with their ideas around kind of their thoughts on one. And I'll be sharing one pretty much for every type of build in a video that will either go up tomorrow or Sunday. I don't know how long it's going to take me to edit, but I want to optimize them a bit more before I do that. This is a Halley blind bag build with an option to use a powered staff as an offhand. I had a work meeting. Did we hit a dogger build yet? No, but I think I've seen one in the Discord that I'm going to pick next. All right, Roger Stiff. Fantastic name, by the way. Roger Stiff, this is your dogger build. It's literally called dogging. Are you still there? If you are, I'm so sorry because it's taken me a while to get through these. It's helping me understand a bit more about how we can optimize builds, but also it might be helping you guys. So sorry if we're spending too long on each build. Talk me through this if you're in chat. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next one. This is your build, Addison? Talk to me. Obviously, we've got Asgarnia for Dogger. Because you're in the throne tree, I have to assume we might also be going Desert for Drygore or Tyrion Wind for Blowpipe, but talk me through it. What are your regions and stuff? I'm a bit stuck on regions, but the only plan I have is Dogger and break my mouse with the spec bar. Darts or knives to rebuild spec. Yeah, I'm with you. I like this. I think the only thing, honestly, is that these Thorns elements of this may not be necessary. Maybe not. Otherwise, I really like it. I mean, the extra damage from the Thorns is going to be nice. Considering we've got a dagger, which already kind of sucks for melee damage, maybe the Thorns damage on top of this is significant. But it does depend on what regions you're going to pair with it. Because if you were to say go... Because you've got this prayer bonus node here, right? If you were to pick Mori, and yeah, sure, you don't have to go a full set of Justy. But if you get some tanky gear with some prayer bonus on top of all of this, could be good. Random question, do the Kandarin Echo items work with Ancients if I pick the pack that makes Ancients into the various elemental spells, or was it specifically standard spellbook? It is, I believe, specifically standard spellbook for it to double cast. Was thinking Cam. Cam would work really well with this. Cam would work really well with this. Is this... What... Are we just using darts here for the thrown weapon, though? Kandarin Asgarnia and Mori. Like, you haven't got any blowpipes. It's probably, you know, thrown axes or darts. Is this site you're on just the official Old School Institute site? This isn't. No, this is a specific build site. I think it's called OSRS Planning. OSRS Leagues Countdown.io is this one. But all the information is on the blog post. It's all right here. Okay. Whoever asked, by the way, on the Ancients element of Kandarin, I believe just reading this, and honestly, I didn't get to test Ancients much, so I'm kind of unable to confirm that from the source, if that makes sense. But it looks to me like you need to use standard spellbook if you want the double cast. If you want the second cast, you need the standard spellbook. However, when attacking with an elemental spell, it will always use the elemental weakness which your target is weakest to, regardless of the spell you cast. To me, that reads as if, yes, you can still use Ancients with the Shadowflame Quadrant, and it will still exploit the elemental weakness automatically. It just won't double cast. I can't wait to go the ice spells and our water spells pack for King's Barrage. It is pretty fun. I've had a couple people drop into chat being like, oh, we think the calcs on the King's Barrage are shit and it's not going to be good. Like, honestly, just do yourself a favor and don't optimize this game mode to the point where the difference between like 4 numbers is the difference between you having fun or not. Because I think only a certain set group of people are going to be butthurt about the guy next to you hitting like, or doing like 5 or 6 more DPS. Like, I really wouldn't worry too much about that. Next build? Question mark. Gargler build. I see you. 1 second. Gargler build. Let me have a look what I wrote down.
W's in the chat.
What did I write down? I just got rid of my Gargler build, huh?
W's in the
Okay.
chat.
Never mind. I can find it again.
W's in the
All right, Gargler. With too many fucking people on this website. Work. Second request. Second time lucky. If it works, I will tell you. Hold on. All right, Gargler build. What did I decide on for regions? Because that will depend on what the offhand was. Okay. I've got it written down here. Interesting. That's not ideal. Try again. There it is. Okay. Gargler tank. Gargler tank. We might even be able to optimize this, guys. Maybe a little bit more. Here we go. I think I found it. Okay, so the regions that I originally wrote down here, and I think this is, I think maybe we drop Fremy here to make this easier and we go Wildy. So the main regions I put for Gargler tank are Mauritania, obviously, because we need the Gargler. I put Kandarin down because I wanted some extra magic damage and defense. So we're talking Occult Necklace and Ring of Suffering. We'll probably camp Echo Boots with this because of the Thorns. And then I did put down V's Helm, more like Fremennik question mark. And then we pick up a Vizzy from Vorkath, like a bit more easily than anywhere else. So currently I've got Vizzy as offhand. However, I did put here as well, drop Fremy for Wildy question mark, swap that out for Spirit Shield or Odium Ward when you start off. So I think maybe for Gargler tank, you go WMK, KWM. Or maybe we go FKM instead. So FKM or WKM, I think of the builds. And then the shield just depends. If you've got Wildy, obviously Corpse Shield or Odium Ward in the meantime. If you don't have Wildy, then honestly it's going to be a Vizzy from Vorkath and the extra defense is going to be really, really nice. WMT for sure, no? Crystal OP? You can definitely Crystal Gargler. The idea of this one is really flexible. You can go Crystal Gargler as well. You can go like KMT with this, which works really well. I think that's what the other build we just had on, which was also a kind of like powered staves Thorns build. That did that as well. Have you considered a dog pipe build? As in like spec down to Throne Tree? I have one of those. Yeah, we have one. I might bring that up in a bit. Do all 3 hits from a scythe roll individual chances for blind bag? I've heard they do not, but I can't confirm that for sure. But I've heard they do not. We're talking GG stuff. Don't want crystal, focus in tank. Yeah, you can go either way. You can go full tank. If you've got Murray, you've got the option of just sitting on Arims for a bit before you get Justy. You've got the option of picking Tyrannwyn and going full crystal. The defenses from the gear itself are quite important for this. But because we're going to be doing so much damage with powered staves and healing and restoring prayer, It doesn't matter all too much if our defenses are a little lower for the sake of more magic damage. So you can drop something, pick up Tyr and win. Like WTM, I think WTM could be huge. Crystal, hold on, am I cooking here? WTM, you still get Lithic Scepter. You get full crystal. You get Corpse Shield. Wait, is Corpse Shield worth dropping Suffering and Occult for, though? I'm going to say it's not. I think, yeah. I think KMT's got to be it, right? What's the question that people are confused by? Hold on. Did I miss one? Any discussion around Hespori Boat? We spoke about it earlier. It's really not for me anyway. I'm not doing any builds around Hespori build, I'm afraid. I will do one for the sake of the video tomorrow, but I'm really not interested in doing bows this year. I did so much of it last year. I really don't want to touch bows. What's the question people are confused by in Twitch? Hold on. For the blowpipe, is the additional target pack hit twice if there is only one boss? The additional target? It's just for multi-targets. It won't hit twice on a single target, if that makes sense. Do you know if the ranged echo from the melee tree works as a different style of attack for the hit? No, I have no idea. Didn't Husky try and clarify that on stream yesterday? Because it went in one ear for me and out the other, and I don't fully understand it. So I'm not sure on the answer to that, man. I'm sorry. That's the question that everyone is I think, wondering about, because could be kind of crazy. Husky said it didn't, yeah, but I have no idea if that's written anywhere. All right, what else we got? WT would be dope if Crystal worked with the King's Barrage. I know. I do wonder if they'll ever do that. You know, will they extend Crystal Blessing to it with all ranged weapons, or will that just be... will that be too much? Right, listen, I'm going to finish this salad while we bring up the next build. All right. I don't know if we still have Teddy. Hold on. Teddy Von Hoglin. Yo, Teddy Von Hoglin, are you there? Munich's, yours is next, bro. I will find it. Tell me what the name of the build is, and I'll control F it after this, because I know you've been asking a while. I'll definitely bring yours up. Is Teddy Von Hoglin here because I like the sound of this build. I just want to know what the thoughts are behind it. The name was Fishing for Max Hits with Air Surge and then Ballista Switch. Oh, it's Fist. I am here, but different name. Okay. Talk me through this, because is this a King's Barrage build? Is this like King's Barrage and then switching to air spells, max hits? Or are you going for max hits and then switching to Barrage? Take your time, bud. Tribrid KZA. Okay, I'll have a look after this one. It's both King's Barrage and Heavy Ballista. Okay. Oh, heavy. The first Heavy Bally build. Okay. Has anyone calced Heavy Bally? Is it worth? Because doesn't it go to like real slow? Does it go to 9 tick? Okay, it only goes to 8 tick. That's actually not that bad, actually. 9,000 ticks? It only goes to 8 tick. That's not bad. Is Heavy Bally good, guys? I actually have not looked into any Heavy Bally tech. But I thought that maybe that's another reason Kandarin is looking pretty good this year. Max it into max it, it looks like. Yeah. So what are we doing, Fist? With my calcs, only over 500 damage per hit? What? Hold on. So here's what Fist has put for this build. Air Surge for max hits and sustained DPS. So we have the maxed out air tree. Sustained DPS for heavy ballista switch for an absolutely massive one-hit KO on things. Or King's Crossbow for healing off the ice hit. Oh, okay. So what are the regions? Talk to me. Clearly it's Kandarin Wildy. What's the final one? Are you having a raid region with this or not? Spoon, I have seen your message. I know I said I would get a haircut. I haven't had the time. I will try and get a haircut before leagues because it's getting ridiculous. Zaya for Ancestral. Okay. I like that. I rate that. I really like that, actually. So are you camping mage as your main style? And then whenever you max hit, like you say, you're fishing for max hits with air. You max hit, you benefit off this, which is the whenever you max hit from 3 tiles away, your next hit from a different style deals plus 25% damage. You're guaranteed a max hit on crossbows, which is increased by 1 for every 10 hit points difference. So you kind of want to make sure you're overhealed as well, right? Like, part of me wonders if instead of grabbing extra regeneration chance here, do you grab extra overheal instead? Because then that's even higher max hit. I don't know if that's any better. Like, what if you were to just... How many points do we need to make this work? We need 3 points any way we go, right? We need 3 here. 3 here. We have that one. Was that already selected? It wasn't. So yeah, instead of the rune regeneration there, do we just pop it into the other one? What do you think? I was thinking about that, but I also wonder what overkill might look like at a certain point. That's true. That's true. That is true. I kind of like that. I kind of want to see, like, is this going to be the build in League 6 that has the highest max hit? The highest single max hit splat, you know? Switch to Heavy Bally. I mean, I guess the regions are pretty dependent. If you're going W... Not W. What did you say you were going again? Zaya for Ancestral and Yama. So you're going Zaya with Kandarin and Wildy. WAZ. So what's the gear sitch? Are we camping Void here? Camping Void with the cult? And Anguish switches? I don't know. I think it's good, though. I think it's a fun build. Kandarin looking strong for mage range ballista build? For sure it is, yeah. Taking the charge staff, air, water regen packs, but no 1-tick charge staff. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Do you need these points, actually? If you're not using a charge staff, save points here. And then you can still have your extra rune regeneration if you need it, but you're already at 110%. We've got 2 spare points. We could even go... Ranged Echo's 20% chance to max hit. Could be nice on top. What are the best 2 points to invest in here for more value? I have a crossbow Thorns build more for AFK, but I struggle with what regions to pick. What have you got so far, Boot? Is Earth a bait element if you can increase accuracy over 100%? Earth is a little bit of a bait element, in my opinion. I think it's even a bait element for Thorns builds. Unless you are doing charged staff Thorns build, having to switch between casting Earth spells and a, like, let's say a Dinny Bees, or if you're not doing Dinny Bees Thorns, having to have a, like, an elemental staff plus a shield is already kind of a bit weird in a lot of senses. Like, I don't think it squeezes out the maximum potential of Thorns. So I think the whole actually casting Earth spells element is quite bad, because 1 flat damage per 12 defense levels. Maybe there's a world that with all of the neutral nodes invested and with all of the ways you can buff your defense level, maybe there's a world that hits really hard. But I feel like the air spells are just so much stronger. Anyway, Fist, since you'll have so many prayers on while using air spells. Yeah. I think it's a good build, man. I think it's very good. I like it. I really like that one. If it was on the other website, I'd save it to my list. I don't really like the wiki planner, I'm going to be honest. Not a big fan. Much prefer this. I love being able to save it here. Hold on. I didn't play last leagues. Does Missouri drop Fortified? I don't think it does, bro. No. I think you still need Asgarnia. Unless someone's going to come in and correct me, because I may be wrong. Yo, Scritic, you reviewing builds? We are, man. I wouldn't say I'm reviewing them, but we're just going through them together, maybe looking at ways to make them better, and giving people inspiration for what they want to do. You know, I think that's a fun thing to do. Damn, Jagex really did it. Kandarin hasn't been good since Leagues 2, but they finally made Kandarin good again. Zorro, what's changed? You've totally changed your tune, bro. What happened? What happened? Did you run through the calcs? Is Shadow Flame, like, just insanely better than Harm Nightmare stuff? Hold on, guys. Hold on. I will be happy to review builds. I'm trying to pick ones out that we've not already seen. And next up, I've already promised, we're going to do Munich's. Tribrid KZA. And I think Tribrid builds are really quite interesting, because for the life of me, I can't seem to pick a Tribrid build I'm happy with, because I just like the investment into 2 stars way more than I do 3. All right. KZA. Tribrid KZA. All right, Munich's. I think this is yours, bro. Just give me a heads up if it is. Does this look familiar? Have you shown an avatar build yet? I honestly haven't. And if someone wants to build an avatar build, I'd be happy to show that next. I did have a slightly avatar build of my own, where you do avatar plus dogger, because we have Asgarnia in that region combination. But I honestly feel like there are times where it's just not even worth speccing into max Earth, honestly. Yo, Munich's. All right. Talk me through it, bro. Talk me through it, my friend. Thank you for the follow, guys. I appreciate it. I appreciate everyone actually just being in here and chatting. This is fun. How do you send a build? Discord. Discord. I will just quickly drop another Discord link for people. I will quickly drop a link in both chats, just quickly, in case you want to. You go in there, and then you just go to the builds discussion video, drop the build in there, and feel free to tag me if you want. I'm scrolling through them and picking up ones that look unique at the moment, because we've been through quite a lot already. They're coming from the builds discussion channel. Yeah. All right. Munich's. What are your regions? Literally just don't want to grind Nightmare, especially in leagues. That's what's convinced you. Check your DMs. Husky made some clarifications about Shadowflame. Oh my god, that's a lot of messaging, Zoro. I will check it in a sec. One sec. Jesus Christ. Struggling to get through them. All right, Munich's build is Kandarin, Zaya, Asgarnia. Want to be able to do all three styles. Focusing on Kandarin, elemental stuff, but both from Zaya and Dogger on the side. All right. Interesting. All right. So we have Kandarin for Shadowflame Quadrant Devil's Element. We have fire spells and air spells. So we're regenerating that. The only thing is that we really yeah, I guess we will regenerate some water runes, but like I don't know. I guess if you're concentrating on fire here, then are you going to use these? Guys, you know what I'm really interested in? You know, with combination runes, I wish I'd asked the JMods this because I would love clarification on this myself. You know, with combination runes, let's say you're casting a fire spell, right? And you need a fire rune to cast a fire spell. But instead of using a fire rune, hold up, because I think there's some brains behind this. There may not be. I may be going crazy. Right? Instead of using fire runes, you use a steam rune. It only regenerates the spell. Oh, they've clarified that doesn't work. Okay, thank you. That's helpful to know. So I think in this situation with that then, maybe this isn't worth it if you're mostly camping fire air. But I really like the bow elements. I think the bow elements with the Zaya bow are really good. The only thing is if you've got Zaya and you're not picking this, Rigger being 30% more effective is crazy. Focusing on Kanda and Ellie stuff. Okay, so I guess if the bow is just like a side thing, it's not a big deal. And then this will just be enough to make the Dogger fast. This is going to build your special attack, but what is your special attack weapon? Because if it's the Dogger and you're not speccing up here, it feels... I see what you mean. Okay, no, I think that's fine then. So you're just switching to Dogger. I kind of see the vision now. I wasn't familiar with your game, now I am. So you're going to be camping magic. You're literally just going to be switching to Dogger and getting strength bonus from your strength level and getting some extra attack speed. That's fine. But you're literally just using Dogger as a spec dump. You're switching to Dogger. You're dumping maybe 3 specs if you get lucky with the consume save. And then you're switching back to magic and restoring special attack energy from this. Yeah. That's pretty interesting. And then the bow's just kind of like a little bit on the side. Maybe you use this to get into raids, to do early on if Zaya is your first region pick. I like this. I actually see the vision now. I definitely see the vision. If you're camping air spells as well, and the fire spells are realistically just to benefit Dogger spec, I like that. I really like that. I kind of get it now. That's really nice. And I actually don't think... The only thing I think I'd change is I'd drop this water node. Because let's be honest, you're camping air spells to max out your max hit capability, right? And you're only really dipping into fire for the Dogger. So I don't think you even really need this. You obviously want this. But that gives us some nodes. We're at 110% chance to regenerate. So now it comes down to, right, which one do I want to buff more? Because if you are going to be... Let's have a think. We could go like this for Dogger, especially if you're camping max... the Dagger's barely going to have a good max hit. It's not even worth that. Scratch that. Accuracy in all styles could be really good. We have a max hit percent increase, but we don't have a ton of accuracy. What accuracy are we set at? Never mind, I'm a liar. 115% is already pretty good. Okay, this is pretty nice, actually. A 5% chance per attack in any style to roll max accuracy, increased by the distance between you and your target. So this is going to increase your chance that you actually hit with your air spells first, and then obviously your max hit chance is increased. I think that node is really, really good. And then if we can just pick up an overall nice buff as the final point here, I think that's the only thing I might even change about this.
W's in the chat. W's in the
Honestly, it's hard. It's slim pickings at this point. It's really slim pickings. Do we know how we unlock these points? Yes, sir. We get a lot of tasks. I'll show you in just a sec. Listen, I'm not sure what you invest that final point into, Munix, but I love the build. It's actually really fun. I really like the gimmick on that one as well. All right. I'll show you the task quickly, guys. Here you go. Voila. There's tasks in every region as well as some global tasks. So take a quick look at them. Prayer to strength, maybe? Oh, did we not have that? That actually might be worth. If that's only one node away, that might be worth. I've got 2 mouthfuls left of salad. I'm just going to munch these because I didn't even realize it's time's getting on and I've only had like 1 meal today. I was just talking through my dinner and I don't think anyone wants to know what it was anyway. But there was meat in there. Someone was like, eat some meat. Conductor, it was chicken teriyaki, okay? Microphone check, 1, 2.
W's in the
Testing. Anything else than echo items today? No, that's it today, Shroomy man. But I think they're going to do 2 relics over the weekend. Where does that take us, guys? Is that the last 2? Hell yeah. So by the end of this weekend, you've already got all echo bosses, all echo items. You've got stats. The J-mods sound like they're doing a great job at clearing up any Q&A around the echo items. Apologies if I confused anyone with the Shadow Flame description in the video. It does do what I said it does, but I think it's like, there's so much to it that I think it's quite easy to like, I could have spent more time talking about that, to be fair. It would have been better to show other examples. But anyway, Shadow Flame is really strong, Zoro. I know. That is what I said it did, isn't it? You just use whatever style you want, and it will be weak. Right? And then if you've got Devil's Element on top of that, that weakness is exaggerated even more. So you just use whatever the hell you want. Where can we find this page? This is on the Old School RuneScape website. On their news page, just click on League 6 Demonic Packs. Scroll down, you can find all of this. There's a link to the Mastery site. There's a link to, well, there's all of these echo items and their stats and everything. And there's the relics and the reveals down here. Looks like last 2 relics here. And then, what, after the weekend, we get tasks on Monday. likely, I think. But they clarified, so I understand now. The J mods. Oh, the J mods. So it's not my fault. Okay, that's fine. Hey, I don't know if you know, but does King's Barrage do full bolt spec damage? Yeah. Yeah, it does normal bolt spec damage. So if a boss is weak to fire and we are hitting it with air, it does the same thing. It will still give you the max hit boosts that air spells give you if you've spec'd into air spells. But it will just be weak to air. Think of it that way. Whatever you cast, it is weak to. If you think of it that way, it's a lot more simple. Why is it whenever anyone types Ayak on Twitch, it's like, hey, do you want to ban this guy? I think he's being racist. Would the normal Trident beat out Ayak at 1 tick, or are they basically like the same and same? That's a good question, man. I have not ran DPS calcs on Ayak versus Trident, to be honest with you. I think we would have to look at the items themselves. Are you getting Trident, you mean from Zazora, or like Trident from Kraken? So we've got no... You know what? I think Ayak would win out. I think Ayak would win out purely because the spec is pretty nice as well. It's also got more accuracy. Not that that really matters with all of the pacts. Yeah. Weirdly, I can't find that task section. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's on a different page. I got you, bro. There you go. Yo, Griffey, you're back. Good to see you, bro. How are you? Look at the max hit formulas, Scritic. Oh, where are we looking? Show me the max hit formulas. Where are we looking? Ayak is crap. What website are you checking this on? Is it on the wiki? Is Ayak really that bad? Ayak spec is nice, but is it really that bad? I don't really understand how it can be worse than Trident if you are picking Kandarin and still buffing it as you would buff a Trident, you know? Wiki? All right, let's calc it. For science. Demonic packs. Planner calculator. Here we go. All right. God damn it, this is going to be a long-winded thing. All right, so we're saying what? You've got Kandarin, you've got Zaya, so should we just do Max Mage, just for the sake of it? Presets, Max Mage, plus Ayak. And then what have we got here in offhand? Devils? Hello? Do we not have leagues? Oh my god, we've got to put in masteries as well. This is going to be a pain in the ass. Let's just say for the sake of it, we've got the 1 tick. Okay, I don't care about anything else right now. How do I get echo items? Why can't I put Devil's Element on here? You can paste the planner's URL? Oh, that's pretty dope, actually. Look at all these people getting auto-modded because they're typing Ayak. Hold on. Husky clarified his wording because the way Fork's passive works was kind of worded in a confusing way. I see. Okay. I think you can find their FAQ in the Discord. Not my Discord, in the actual official league's Discord. There's an FAQ. I think I heard Zorro became a candy enjoyer. You did. He is a candy enjoyer now. At 99 mage with no magic percent, Ayak has 1 less max hit than Trident. Really? So it's just the spell diff? It's just the calculation in the actual spell. Listen, I'm going to take your word for it because for some reason I can't put in echo items and I'll just be here forever trying to work out whether the IAC has one or less max hit. Apparently, take it from the guys in chat because Elliot has been calcing this shit. Apparently, Trident is better than IAC. That's a first for me. Gonna start calling it the yak. Call it a yak so you don't get modded. Or the I. Do you think Crystal Armor will be solid for Tribrid? Yes. I think Crystal Armor is just insane this year. Here's what I would do with Crystal Armor, right? I would do a Dogger build with it. I would go like Dogger, Crystal, Ellie. Dogger, Crystal, Ellie, right? And I would go, not necessarily in this order. This is a minimum. This is an absolute minimum. So that we can use the Dogger and we can use fire spells. But because we have Kandarin, we want to go into magic, obviously. And we're probably not going to be casting fire spells all that much. We'll use the Dogger to apply burn. So we'll go into the max hit potential of the air and we just camp air with the Shadow Flame. So we're on air. We might as well get the benefit from air. Not from powered staves though, because we're going elemental. All right. So that is our melee, and I'll probably pick 35% up there for free. And honestly, I'm pretty happy with that. I'm pretty happy with that so far. And then if you do want to go Tribrid, I mean, if you've got a Bofa, then it makes sense to go this way instead, especially with the fact that we only have a few more points to spend. So, like, if you did this, this is a pretty solid Tribrid build. I think we can optimize it more, though. I think we can definitely optimize this because it's really lacking Demonic Pact over healing beyond 30%. Maybe we don't need this. Are we even picking Zaya with this build? If we were doing Crystal, this is Kandarin, Asgarnia as a minimum. This is Kandarin, Asgarnia, Tyrannwyn? Kandarin, Asgarnia, Tyrannwyn. This is KAT. So if we pick Grimoire, maybe we pick this up. If we don't, what's a good 1-point pickup here? Asgarnia is so arse, though. I'm really not a fan of Asgarnia, I have to say. I'm not, like, thrilled about ever having to do God Wars again. Asgarnia only has Rogue Outfit and Ice Gloves speaking for it. I mean, it has the Dogger. It has a lot of points behind God Wars. It also has Void. I mean, it's got... What else has it got that's actually worth your time? Yes, it has the Rogue Outfit. I guess you've got Defenders, which if you're using the Dogger and you don't have Devil's Element, it could be good. Otherwise, yeah, Asgarnia, I think it is a decent region. I don't think it's bad. I just don't really like the content in it myself. I think the region itself is actually not bad for what it gives. But, like, everything that it does give that's good this year feels like it's been replaced by something else. Like, for a Defender, you're probably not using a Defender for most builds. And if you are, the Antler Guard you get in Varlamore for free is really decent. The Void set this year is actually not BIS for once, which is amazing. You know, Crystal Armor is actually crazy. And in some cases, Torva is actually better for, like, thrown weapons. So it does depend on the build, because I think Asgarnia has a lot of value for thrown weapons down here. No raid? Yeah, I guess this is a no raid combination. It kind of sucks like that, right? What do we do instead? Do we go Kandarin, Tyrannwyn, and then drop the Dogger? And then we go Mori, Bluetooth instead? that's possible if you want as a Tribrid. But then we don't need to spec into burn, really. And then we're literally just air max hitting, taking advantage of all Ellie weakness with Shadow Flame. And we could even blind bag. You know? We could actually do that instead. Like, that's not bad as a... What's this? KTM? KTM with Nally blind bag. Taking advantage of the max hit air spells. Might not be bad. KTD build for mega rare build. What's the big difference between KTD and KTM that I'm missing there? But yeah, I do think Crystal Armor, to answer your question without going on a massive tangent, I do think it's pretty good for Tribrid. Are there any calcs including the items also? I don't know, man. I just checked the wiki and it just didn't seem to have... It doesn't seem to have the echo items. If I go here and I go Shadow Flame, it's not in there yet. So I'm going to say that they're not in there just yet. I think you'll probably have to input the numbers yourself somehow, and that's a pain. Gearscape has Crystal Blessing at least. Oh, yeah. KAD for Throne Torva and Dogger. Yeah, I've got a build like that. I do have a build like that. It's pretty fun. Although I do think that, honestly, just this alone for, like, Blowpipe, just those 11 points, getting, like, a Drygore Blowpipe early is actually insane. And then if you do want to go up to the melee tree, hold on, we're actually probably better going this way. Yeah, I guess you could do this for Torva. Dogger isn't doing, like, crazy amounts for us here, but it's not bad. And then, yeah, sure, I guess we can do this, can't we? We don't really need any of the magic stuff there because we're camping melee range. We're just getting the fire benefit on the spec from Dogger. That's only 28 points? That's crazy for 28 points. That's actually unreal for 28 points. That's really good. I like that. Have we done a Wildy build for King's Barrage? We have not done that yet. Control F5 might force wiki update so it shows new items. Is it on there, Cat? Can you see it? Can you see them on there? If they're on there and it's just me, then I'll have a look. Any comparison of King's Barrage versus Heavy Ballista? Haven't done that yet, but I think some big brains in the chat are looking into that. One of the guys who we looked at their build for is doing like heavy bally and like fishing for max hits with air and then switching to heavy bally on max hit using this relic here to get plus 25%. And they seem to have done the calcs, but I don't know. I want to see it. I want to see it in game before I decide if it does actually hit that hard. There were rumors of a 500. I did. Calced my D-Knives build with the new items like 30 minutes ago. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, do we have them now? Drygore's there. Don't seem to have all of them. That's fine. What do you think about going for all in on one style? I honestly think it's bad this year. The only combat style, in my opinion, that's worth going all in on is magic. That's the only combat style worth going all in on this year. Because I really think if you do go all in on melee, like the light and heavy weapons thing, just don't go. Thorns into this and this could go really well. If you go all in on melee, you could definitely like go crazy with some of this. But even then, you've got points to spare. Like, that's as far all in on melee I would go. Like, if you pick this up, Yes, you're restoring special attack energy on hit, but what about all these light weapon nodes that you've just picked up? Are they just going to go to waste, or are you going to switch to a light weapon to restore spec? Like, this still works, though. This definitely still works. I think a 500 relies on all echoes maxing. Ah, okay, that would make sense. Would you be able to, with the King's Barrage, since it's also kind of magic, with King's Barrage, do I have my BBC build up here? We could grab that and just change it quick. There's 41 unread messages in the builds discussion video that I've been tagged in. Hold on. I will go through some of the builds in a mo. All right, let's just optimize this a bit. This is my big black crossbow build. And I think I may even want to change it already because I don't actually like the idea of even switching off my range in the first place on max hit. So, big black crossbow. We're always max hitting. We're max hitting on both bolts that hit. One of them counts as an ice spell, which is bouncing back a heal. It's okay, but like, I think we really may even want to drop. The idea behind this originally was that I was going to pick up a shadow with this. Or like an IAC, whatever. Like, just something offhand that I could switch to if I get bored or if I need to mage it, because if I do end up going Zaya with this, like WAZ was the plan. Wildy Asgarnia Zaya with Void and King's Barrage early. The plan was to max it with the crossbow and then switch into like a shadow and get like a nice big 25% bonus damage hit and then go back to crossbow. But I just don't like the idea of really ever swapping off the crossbow. And if that's the case, is it better for me to just go all in on range to buff this as much as possible? And if I'm doing that, what's the best way to spend these last 2 points? Do I just go 2% range damage? Do I pick up the accuracy here? It's difficult. If you're using the powered staff, you will do -8 max damage with that eye when you switch. Yeah, I don't think the IAC is a good example, but like a shadow, ideally, end game, switching to that, getting a nice big shadow hit. If we have Zaya, we can switch into Ancestral and max hit from a crossbow. We have 7 ticks until our next attack. Plenty of time to switch gear into full Ancestral and a shadow, get a nice big hit off with the shadow, hopefully, and then back to crossbow. The shadow's going to be on 2 ticks, so luckily the delay back to the crossbow is low. But yeah, I'm not sure. Extra regen on the right is strong up here. This could be good. This could be good. We're up to 155% though. Does Crystal Armor get the recharge benefit? It does get the recharge benefit, I believe. Wait, hold on. No, isn't it just on using it to cast fire or anything like that? I don't think you get the shards back on Crystal Armor, if that's what you mean. Griffey, what have I missed? Catch me up. I like crossbow and Din's build. How would you do it? Would you like just max it with crossbow, slap on Din's, wait until... Oh, hold on. You might be onto something with that. What about a King's Barrage and Din's build? Where you go... Instead of going for the healing with water spells, which does make more sense, don't get me wrong. I think it's definitely better to do it that way. Let me just save this before I fuck it up. Save current build. What if, instead of all of this, we went to Thorns, right? How many points have I got? Plenty of points. We don't actually want to attack with the Din, so we're not going to spec into that. But what if... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, Ooh, I'll take that. What if 4 points? How many points do we need to get the water heal? Like 9 or 10 points. It's a lot. But like in the back of my mind, what I was just thinking would be really funny is what if you just got like the crazy max hit off with double crossbow, switch to Dins and like full tank, and then just wait out your 7 ticks while you get hit. You just wait it out with as max defense as you can possibly do, and then you switch back to crossbow for the next big max hit. And then you go back to Dins. That could be really funny. Like you're just this like turtle build. That's like turtle build to the max, right? That's so funny. Turtle, but like he's got ballistic missiles as well. It's literally Blastoise build. It's literally Blast. I'm calling it Blastoise. Blastoise. This is great. I like the idea of this. I don't think it works like crazy in practice, but could be funny. Turtle with a shotgun is Blastoise. Oh, there's even a Blastoise emoji in chat. I love that. Yeah, this could be fun. You've got 7 ticks to wait out to your next hit. It's definitely noticeable in game, trust me. So you double max hit with your King's Barrage. You switch on your Dinny Bees. So what would that mean we'd have to do? We'd have to have Wildy, we'd have to have Mori. And then realistically, we need a region to buff up that crossbow damage as much as possible. So would that be Asgarnia for Void, or would that be... where else could we get lots of range damage from? Probably would be Asgarnia for Void, wouldn't it? So you have like a set of Void, you have a set of Justy with a Dinny Bees, and you just attack with your Void on, switch into your Justy with Dinny Bees, maybe just like 4-way switch, and you just sit there and wait. Blastoise doesn't have horns. He does today. You need Fremy. Do we need it though? Like V's Helm is nice, but it's only a 5% chance, man. The percent chance is so low. KWZ or KWD? We definitely need M for this. Well, we don't need M, actually. But Justy would be nice here to benefit from the extra total defenses on the Thorns. Because the idea is max hit, switch to tank gear, and sit and wait and do nothing for 7 ticks. Then switch back and attack. And we can even use the last 3 points here to get some healing on the Thorns. 10% chance to heal you based off your distance to a target. So if we are... oh, hold on, yeah. So if we are freezing a target at max range with the crossbow, we're going to get even more healing. I wonder if we just get rid of this and take double. What if we did that? 3 points isn't enough. We need 5. 120% rune recharge. Is that necessary? Could drop Prayer Pen. Could drop. Kind of need all this. Ah, that's such a shame. Like, I don't want to drop below 100%. Like, if we go to 90%, is that make or break? We don't really have too much echo spec. Hold on. We do. We have way too much echo spec. We'll take it out there. Voila. And we want this, don't we? We actually really want this. We really, really want this. So I could just take out, like, lose a 10% chance to fire a ranged echo. Might be hurting us in the long haul. But there we go. That's what I'm thinking so far. We could even drop these and pick up those ranged echoes again, but this looks good, no? Drop melee and go up the side. Oh, I see what you mean. Ooh. Well, and then we keep our echo. Hmm. And we're restoring spec as well. So there is the potential to switch to Dinny Bees and spec. Maybe. I don't know. I think it's quite interesting. I like this. I'm going to save this. Do you need range prayers more effective? Will you have rigor? Oh, hold on. Maybe not. Will help with the max hits though, won't it? So if we kept this, we might have to pick Grimoire, which is kind of a sucky one to do, honestly. But we definitely have Wildy. We definitely have Mori. So we have Justy, and then we need Zaya, right? We need Dinnies. So it's Wildy, crossbow. Justy, and then Zaya. And then what's our range gear, though? If we go... Or do we just sack off the Justy? Is it that important? I don't think you need the ranged HP relic either. This one? I mean, we're not going to overheal all that much, are we? Is that what you're talking about? Probably drop melee, min hit, 5 defense levels. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I see that. I see you. Wait, did we just save 2 points doing that? No. We didn't. I see what you mean, though. I'm liking this so far. Can we optimize this even more? Thorn Dogger? Horn Dogger. We'll call it the Horn Dogger. The Horn Dogger is such a good name, man. Holy shit. Can you call yourself a proper tank build without Justy? No, you're right. You're right. But, like, what does our range gear become? And don't say carols. Do not say carols. Because that would... Oh, that's so painful, man. Can you imagine? Wildy crossbow with carols? It's just kind of sad. I'm quite overwhelmed, so I don't know if it's any good. Oh, wait. No. Sorry, it was your previous comment. How does this look? Would you say KTZ, so Crystal Scythe T-Bow, basically? Crystal won't work with the T-Bow, I'm afraid. But...
W's in the chat.
But... Yeah. It's a good question. It's a good question. I tell you what, Laura, if you have a link to your build, send it to me. I'll have a look. Okay, but carols. Huey. Huey is a good call. What are we talking for bonuses? What's the diffy? Is Huey good? We get 8 prayer bonus. We get 94 like ranged accuracy. We get good defenses? Actually, pretty good defenses, yeah. I think Carol's is better, though. For accuracy, right? Huey is good, though. Huey armor is good, though. That's so sad, though, isn't it? Like, to think that we're so close to something kind of crazy with the Blastoise build, but, like, it just falls off when it comes to maximizing the DPS of the crossbow. Because that is our main source of DPS. And if it's really lackluster, that's going to be sad. Can we drop anything else? We have to go Wildy because we want the crossbow. We don't have to go Mori for Justy, but then you're looking at what's your next tankiest set of gear? Can't you do Torva instead of Justy at Asgarnia? Yeah, we could probably do that. So what? We go Asgarnia. This is, okay, Blastoise, Wildy, Asgarnia, Zaya. Blastoise, Waz. Or WMZ. I feel like WMZ is just like sad though, like not getting decent bonuses there. All right, hold on. I've been very, very greedy. I've not been looking at any other builds, but I'm going to save my Blastoise build and I'll work on it overnight. Let me have a look at what other people are saying here. Let's see. We've got If you can see any improvements, I'd appreciate it. No problem. Hold up. WMZ is too much rating. I kind of agree, honestly. Bowser build, Turtle with Thorns. Yeah. This is my Avatar London and Avatar London. Let me guess, it's a knife. That's hilarious. Huey is just proselyte ranged. Yeah. Kinda. Do we know if the Shadow's 100% damage cap is removed for leagues? I actually don't know that. Let me know if I can link my TWZ build. You can in the Discord. I don't know if you have it on Twitch. I should probably just pin it. But there are a lot of builds in there. I tell you what I won't be able to do today is go through absolutely everyone's build. Because there are still another 42 here I've not been through. I don't think I'm getting through them. Unless we flash them on screen and just like, no more than a minute per build, we look at them. I want to have a quick look at my boy Isa's build. What's he got going on here? He's got WFD Blood Thorns. Okay, I like the idea of Blood Thorns already. Isa, are you in chat? You have time for the Thorn Dogger? Konza, can you just... Is it called the Thorn Dogger? If I control F it in my Discord, will I find it? The website I'm on is called leaguescountdown.io/tree. I will find it. Okay. Okay. Konza, I will look up the Horn Dogger. Any chance you could check out the Melee Mage Hybrid build I posted? First draft of it. What's the name of it? And I'll have a look. What's the name of it? And I'll be happy to check it out. I just wanted to see if Isa was in chat so we could go through this build. I think he's gone now. I think he's gone. On to the next one then, although I will check this out off stream. Okay, next one then. Thorn Dogger. I can't find it. Did you change it to Horn Dogger? Horn Dogger? There are so many Dogger builds, man. I'm trying to find it, but there's so many builds with the name Dogger in it. Is it in the Discord, Konza? By the way, I'm too dumb to understand flow state. My brain says reload is still better. Your brain is right. Your brain is absolutely right. I tell you what flow state is particularly good for, though. If you are an abundance picker who doesn't particularly care too much about going for Dragon Cup, like, quickly, and you pick abundance early to kind of get over all of those skilling hurdles to get that GP, then flow state is a nice pickup later because you've got a lot of benefit into other skills. You're going to be getting a lot more experience. You're going to be making even more money from abundance. And it might solve some of the skills that you didn't already have solves for, like smithing, crafting, etc. Flow state is really good, but I will say, I feel like in... honestly, maybe like 80% of scenarios, reload into something else is better. At least that's how I see it. Faramir, how you doing? Is Double Shine still going to do Declaw Thorn combo build? Maybe. I'm not sure. I think he's left. Did he ever message me back? Hold on. I don't know if Double's busy. Let's do it. He's free. He's free. Hold on. And he has a build. I'm bringing double on. I'm bringing double on. Let me pause music. Hey, Mr. Double. How you doing? I have got your build up. Just one sec. I'm just sorting out audio so that people can hear you. Because I, don't want them to hear all our private conversations, but I can't believe you said that about him, by the way. That's crazy.
Dude, I cannot believe that you've been holding that BBC from us this whole time.
Oh, come on. What do you mean?
That thing looks so cool. You just had that thing ready to go?
It does look good, but like, be honest, are you thinking of building around it? I think it's like a fun gimmicky weapon, but like, I think I'd get kind of bored of the 7-tick delay after a while, you know?
Well, that's why I think right now a lot of the DPS numbers are like it like stuff looks cool in a vacuum, but
yeah,
it's hard to think about a world where there's like 7-tick weapons in leagues. That is a little tricky. So
100%. I have your build up, by the way. We've been going through builds, reviewing builds and stuff like that. What are you cooking here? Talk me through it.
Okay, so I will preface this. I think this was Dino asking me to help him make a build.
No way.
And
Dino himself.
I don't think he got any closer to a build after seeing this. But I've called this the steam engine. Okay.
Steam engine.
It's got fire.
Yeah.
And it's got water. And you heal yourself up, and then you burn yourself down. And then you just go through that cycle over and over again.
I like that. And then you've got Ellie spell buffs and powered staff spell buffs too.
Yeah. He said he wanted to use a shadow potentially. I said, okay, just put 1 point in there and you're good.
Okay. And then what are the regions with this? Like, what is this all for? Is this build for Dino then?
Honestly, it was at first, and then I just started messing around with it.
Okay. I quite like it. What's all this down here? Is this like accuracy? Oh yeah.
Look at it. Follow the path. It's so weird. It looks bad.
Where do you start? Like, what's the routing for this build? Or is this like a respec later?
I think you go water first.
Okay.
And then maybe some fire, depending on how you're feeling. And then at some point you just run it to the right and just start picking up all of this stuff.
Damn. Like the neutral buffs here go kind of hard. How much accuracy have we got? Where is it? 180%.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, huh?
I actually haven't seen a build with that much accuracy yet. Jesus Christ. Okay. Have you seen people talking about like how dominant air spells could be for DPS this year? Like if you get Shadow Flame and you just sit air spells like all day, you just max hitting.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. I was actually seeing something because you know how you were talking about the crossbow?
Yeah.
And the crossbow always max hits?
Yeah.
I think earlier today I was actually playing around with the idea of you max it with the crossbow, which gives you 25% more damage, and then you go air spells and you max it with that. 25% more damage, and you go back and forth between the two.
Yeah. So someone submitted a build earlier that we went through. I really like the idea of it. It's like you go Wildy Kandarin, and at the very least, right? You've got the BBC, and you've also got Shadow Flame for like trying to fish for max hits on air spell. You camp air spell until you see a max hit. You switch to crossbow and you benefit from the like 25% damage. And then you've got a choice. Do you want to hit with the BBC for a big max hit, or do you want a heavy bally? Because the heavy bally could be huge. And then you're definitely going to max hit with that. You go back to air spells, just back and forth, man. It sounds pretty fun.
Yeah, I'm super with it. I think it's cool. It's kind of weird how many like weird weapon swaps actually have a place.
Yeah. I like that. I think like even as someone who has maybe had more time than others to look at masteries and like echo items, I'm so undecided on what I want to do first because there are that many options.
Yeah, I was impressed at how many like early game options actually open up for you. And I'm pretty interested to kind of see where I land and where other people land. Like originally I thought water spells were just insanely good. They kind of just do everything. And then I started to think like, okay, well, you could also go range, you could go magic. Like,
yeah,
I actually think that bows are very good early. And then I realized you could go bows and then move into crossbows later. And it's not really that, it's not that bad. Like, you're wasting a bit of points, but I mean,
if you want to, you know what I was thinking for the exact same reason? I was thinking, like, what if you go down bow tree and then into crossbows, always max hit and roll accuracy twice? And you have a Sunlight Hunter's crossbow, still on 3 tick, always max hitting, rolling accuracy twice, until you get those big ticket items, and then you can always respec. But that's like a nice side grade as well.
Yeah, I saw someone linked to me where they went down bows, right? Because bows are kind of like a blowpipe. They hit every 2 tick if you're dealing with something fast.
Yeah.
And then they picked up just the crossbow max hit, the slow crossbow, and the accuracy. And that's just like, you only use it to like execute mobs. That's it.
Oh yeah, that would work. Yeah. That's your like finisher. That's not bad. I like that.
Right.
That's interesting. I've got a big question for you though, because a lot of people have been asking about this in chat today. What is your 8-point? Because I think we're all kind of on the same page. The 8 points is all you're going to get before Echo Moxy. What's your 8-point Moxy spec? If you're going that early, you might not even want to go that early.
Yeah.
Have you thought about it?
I have.
Okay.
I have.
Talk me through it. I'm going to put it up on screen now.
So, I think melee is the play.
I 100% agree.
Melee. Yeah, because right now, the thing that I was kind of going for Moxy is the idea that if you can get like the Tomatli, that should be +6 minimum hit.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking.
Right.
With blind bag? With blind bag?
I don't know about blind bag. I do think this is probably the best thing you could go for.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure because there's like a couple other things that I'm still like thinking about going for. And blind bag, the weird thing about blind bag for me is I think it's really good if you can get all of the other multi hits.
Yeah.
Because like if you can go and collect them all, I think it's good. I just don't know if I want to go collect them all yet.
Yeah.
And like go.
Well, you don't want to have to do Final Dawn early, do you? That kind of sucks.
Yeah. That's like the big thing for me.
Damn.
So I'm not 100% sure on blood bag, but I started looking at it and I'm like, I think you could literally put like 2 points into melee and you're already good to go. Like you're already so solid.
I'm looking at that exact thing right now. Like the just minimum hit and then melee range doubled. Even that just with Tomatli is crazy considering we get these points basically for free.
And I have the most ridiculous cook ever, okay? But you gotta stay with me, okay?
Okay.
You gotta stay with me.
Okay.
What if I told you there is an item that is so OP that it would do absolutely crazy numbers with this build?
With the melee build?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hear me out. Ready?
Go on, yeah. God, what's this?
Go ahead and take a look at that.
What's this gonna be? No, really?
Dude, come on. Tell me this isn't the coolest thing you've ever seen.
Okay, hold on. It's a 2-handed weapon. It does have 40 melee strength. Okay, I might have underestimated it.
Mm-hmm.
Elite treasure trails, though. Interesting. 45 slash. You think this is the play?
I do, because there's one thing you are missing.
Hold on.
Look at the weight of the katana.
Oh, shit. Interesting. Yo, are we getting like fucking samurai build this year or what? What's going on?
I'm just saying, okay?
So
the chances are astronomically low, but there is a world.
No, I mean, if you're a conniving clues picker, that's not even bad. That's pretty easy to get. Eventually. So what are we saying? You go like a bit into, are you going all the way up to spec?
I think you just take the faster melee weapons and the under kilogram strength one. That's it. You just do that and you just send the Moxley Addle.
Oh, we're talking like minimal spec. So we're talking like fast hitting, double range.
Like it's like a halberd.
Like literally 4 points.
Yeah, you just do this and then you just go up to the whip node That's it.
Damn. Okay, that's really interesting. I didn't have the katana on my radar. I was unfamiliar. You know,
because this is 8 points. This is 8 points right here, and you're attacking from halberd range. You're getting the little extra hit because it's light, so you're attacking every 3 ticks. Halberd range. I think it's 8 minimum hit on both the hits.
What's your what are the odds that you're getting a katana pre-Moxy though?
It's 1 in 1,300 from elite reward caskets.
Okay,
not
okay.
good, not very good, but
okay,
it's not impossible.
Okay, not impossible. You know what? Even if this isn't possible as like an early build, how funny would it be in raids to see someone that's fully spec'd in, kind of like this? Hold on. Your maximum hit when attacking with a melee weapon increased by 3 distance. That's not going to help. Oh, it doesn't really go that far though, does it? Like, I feel like it does have that early benefit, and then later on it's not going to be great. But how funny would it be in raids to just see someone running up with a katana?
Yeah, I believe in it. I think it can go the distance.
Early game,
it's kind of,
if you can get that early, that honestly is crazy.
Yeah, I think it is. It is really, really good.
Interesting.
So that's been my little recipe for disaster here that I've been trying to come up with.
I was speaking to chat and I was thinking like, okay, you have not just you, but like in general, everyone has swayed me. I am picking abundance. Okay. So as an abundance woodsman picker, right? Early, I think that I'm going to have enough GP to sink some Toggle into maybe doing something like this for Moxy early, which is like 8 points investment, place your Tomotli main weapon, and then my 5 heavies in the invent are just all like Tazar weapons. You know?
Okay.
I'm not saying it's going to be great because they're not double hitting, but they have decent strength bonuses. The hits are going to be big if they go off. And I'm going to have a shit ton of GP from probably getting to like 75 Hunter with Woodsman Abundance anyway.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I was thinking of some crazier things to pull out from my blind bag, okay?
Go on, what were you thinking? Don't tell me it's Rune Mace, Addy Mace, Mithril Mace, and Steel Mace.
I was thinking like, okay, how many spears can I get in my inventory to do corp with? Could I find a way to make it happen?
Dude, that'd be so funny.
You mentioned abundance. I actually have something I need to admit to you.
No.
My current tier 7 is to reload into Barbarian Gathering.
Really?
Yeah, I think I just need some kind of AFK skilling to do. I just need it. It's like
interesting.
It's too hard without it. Plus, I'm going Ascarnia, and I think Amethyst.
Oh yeah,
it sold me on it. It was like, okay, this is actually like worth it.
Yeah, I think that is probably worth it. You don't want endless.
No, the big reason why is because I don't have any agility either right now, and I think with Barbarian Gathering, it's just enough agility to like get me what I need.
That's interesting. I still actually have no idea what I'm reloading into, so it would be good if before launch, if we get time. I know we're both like super busy. If we get time, it'd be good to do a choices video. Maybe day before launch, we just hop on for an hour and go through. Right, here's what I'm picking this year. Here's my plan. Like, these are my relics. Yeah, because this is the plan.
It's weird because I think so much is changing right now. And like, you know, we were just talking about the whole, like, how air spells are really good. Yeah. And now it's like, okay, well, now you kind of want to do clues to go get all your prayer gear. So yeah, it's kind of cool. It's just weird how like all the PVM sort of
just going to be theory crafting weekend, isn't it? It's just like, right, we've got echo items now. Are we building around these? Are we not? What's the plan?
Yeah, but I definitely agree. I think you mentioned this, that like every single build kind of goes towards an echo item and stuff. So it's fun to work towards that.
Yeah. And I think what's crazy is echo item builds are great, but speccing into them early is kind of bait because you're not going to get them early unless you're picking like Hespori, and obviously like Varlamore's one is pretty free. But otherwise the others all kind of take a little while to get to or to build around. So like, I think the one piece of advice I was giving people is, especially if you're doing Thorns, do not spec early. It is bait. But like you may just want to like go for like an easier route. And someone said that you dropped stream earlier because you're doing starter builds. Is that right?
Yeah. I'm trying to think of like
I'm looking forward to that.
Well, because I think the biggest problem that people are making is they're coming up with like 40-point builds, right? And that's cool, but a 40-point build doesn't really do anything for you. Like doesn't actually mean much. It's like the way I see it is like 8 points is before fight caves, before your first region. 10 points is like after you got your first region. Maybe 11 is after fight caves and stuff like that. And like
the builds that matter most is like what can you squeeze out with before the big progression.
Well, even like, I mean, you have the build up right now, or you have it up, but like, a lot of people are doing the wraparound crossbows, right? And I looked at that build and I just thought, I'm like, it's just too expensive. It's really expensive. It's kind of not that good until you have enough for it. So, like, I just don't. I think you're either gonna have to respec to go for it, or you're just gonna feel really weak.
This one I'm looking at here. This was like a Blastoise build. I was thinking like, how cool would it be if you got double max hit on crossbow, you're waiting 7 ticks, and in those 7 ticks, you just put your Dinny Bees on, sit still and let Thorns tick, and then you go back to crossbow for another max hit. Like, how good would that be? But this would be so bad to spec into early. Like, it's so expensive to get any benefit out of this build.
Yeah, it's like, it's weird. It's you have to like kind of treat it as like every point matters, every point you have to kind of fight for, if that makes sense. Like, because I mean, even like, there's some free ones that you get when you get your last region, but I mean, it's going to take a while to get there. And, I don't want to be stuck with bad combat trying to get going.
That's true. That is true.
Kandarin's actually weird. Have you seen Kandarin tasks are so annoying because they're all so easy, but they're all gated behind High Slayer. So it actually sucks. It's like, I can't get any of these.
You get the task benefit for like unlocking your next region quick, but you're not getting mastery points. Like Demonic Gorilla, no Slayer requirement's actually kind of nice. That's not too bad. Mithril Dragon, okay, fine. But then Kraken, aka also Trident, and then Tent and Occult, like you're going to be waiting ages for those 4 points, right?
Yeah, it's like, it's so rough because I'm like, everyone's like, oh, Kandarin's so easy. And I'm like, I'm not going to get this forever. Like, what?
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of sucks. There are some other regions that I just thought like, wait, is this actually like goated for getting mastery points early? I kind of thought Wildy looked pretty easy, bar the Corp task. That kind of is going to take a while, but otherwise Wildy's super easy. And
I think Wildy's pretty easy. Tyrannwind's got some good ones. Ascarnia is nice because it has 3 easy ones that you get when you unlock it, basically. I think that's like a nice perk that I saw about
the only one I don't like about Asgarnia is Solo Nex, because that's probably like, what, a 20-point mastery build at that point?
I think it depends on what you have at the time.
Yeah.
I definitely think some builds are going to struggle more than others.
Oh, yeah. Like, listen, if I can do it on Gridmaster with a randomized build, I can do it here.
Yep. But like, I think the top 3, right? Like the Troll, the Royal Tens, Dragon Defender. It's like, ooh, you get that.
Oh, that's so
like
quick.
An cash-in. Yeah.
They're so quick. And then Awaken Whisperer. The only thing that I'm waiting on for confirmation on this, I don't know if you know, is does Poppin Flask reset sanity?
I have no idea. I hope it does.
I hope it does, but I just, for some reason, something in the back of my mind is like, oh man, if it doesn't reset sanity, people are gonna hate this task.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how it goes though.
Yeah, me too.
It's definitely I think that's the one I'm like the most worried about, but I think it's also because it kind of like kicked my ass in Gridmasters.
Yeah.
It's like a round 2.
Round 2, baby. All right, nice. Nice. Anything else you want to go through today?
No, man, I feel like I've been running back and forth. I'm honestly impressed at how much cool stuff you can actually end up like doing right now.
It's so versatile, so much fun. Man. Like, I think I'm gonna stop going over 40-point builds soon and start going into like, right, what's actually doable in your first few days of leagues? Like, what's a 20-point build look like? Because I think they're the really interesting ones where I've seen some comments in chat of people being like, are these like 40-point specs actually realistic? And a lot of them just aren't early on. You're gonna have to respec into them. Like the really aspirational ones that like stretch from one side to the other, you know?
Yeah, and 20 points, it feels like just enough where you can get everything you need without running down every single path to get every little thing.
Well, I was looking at like an elemental like dogger build, and like if you went minimal specs, like a bit of melee and a bit of fire, you can do that with about 18 points, I think. And that's really strong with even just like Asgarnia Kandarin. So that might be a decent one for people. But the problem is just the Slayer requirements behind Kandarin and Asgarnia. Like, are you going to get those mastery points quick enough?
Right. And I don't know.
It's hard. It's difficult.
It's like a step-by-step journey for me right now where I'm like, okay, I have 15 points. What's my 16th point now? What's my 17th point? Yeah. And then I kind of feel like at 20, 25, it all kind of just ends up working together. Feels really, really nice. I can actually send you what kind of like my finished build is right now.
Hit me. Let's look at it.
I think this is, let me double check. Do I have everything here? Okay, yeah, here we go. So this right now is sort of my finished product. It's only 35, so I feel like it's a lot, but it's not 100%.
Okay. 35 points. We've got light weapons. Is this your claw build?
This is this is it's a dogger build.
That's a dogger build
with the crossbow.
Okay.
Dogger with the crossbow.
Dogger and crossbow. So Wildy, Asgarnia. What's your last region with this, do you think?
Wildy, Asgarnia, and Kandarin.
Oh, sick. Okay. What would be your plan with the last 5 points? I'm just gonna guess you're going to burn with 2.
Maybe burn, maybe just grab like more accuracy or something like that. I do think though that at a certain point, I was also considering, now that I've seen the Shadow Flame quadrant and all that, is just as soon as I get enough points for it, is just dump this and just go put everything like 40 points in magic and just walk around the map and basically just kill everything. Like,
I did
it looks
think
so
like
broken.
Avatar build is actually kind of dope. The only thing I don't like about the only elemental thing I'm not a big fan of is earth spells with Shadow Flame, because I feel like the flat damage might be a bit bait if you're also speccing into like earth, air, and water. Like, because aren't you just better off camping air, switch into water when you need sustain most of the time?
Maybe. I think the flat damage is good though. Like, flat damage, in my opinion, works really well. And does it go to the little guy too? Do you get flat damage on the little one? I don't know.
On the second cast? That's a good question. I actually don't know. Yeah. I don't know the answer on that one. That's interesting.
I'm curious to see.
Yeah. If it is, that's pretty big, because if it's only doing 40% of your first cast, but then it gets the flat damage, it's considerable. It is considerable.
Yep. I don't know. I've been seeing some of these DPS calculators coming out, and I don't know what to believe anymore. I do think, though, it is funny to see people were sleeping really hard on some of the like damage of this leaks, and I was pretty confident that it would be pretty good.
See, I've got people going the other way. I've literally got some people in my Discord saying like, I don't think I want to play this league because it looks too strong, like it's going to be too easy and it won't feel like RuneScape anymore. But I think that they're also thinking the 40 points are going to be easy to get, and they're not. So there are going to be plenty of people out there that don't get 40 points, that get to like 30 and then feel a little trapped, you know?
Yeah, that's a crazy fun. Like, that's what makes it so fun for me is like, I remember last leagues, I think I got tier 6 range after completing the fight caves. And now this is my 8-point build going into the fight caves. And I'm like, oh my gosh, there's so much more progression. And I have to think like, how am I going to do God Wars? How am I going to do KBD? Like, I had this bow build planned out. It was so awesome.
KBD's the big one. Like, I'm actually wondering, how do we do KBD this year with no 1,000 Dragon Ward? Like, are you really doing Herblore to get anti-venom, or are you just chugging a ton of anti-poison?
Yeah, I'm not sure about KBD either. I've been kind of trying to come up with some stuff.
Yeah.
Again, I had this bow build completely mapped out, and then I just realized, that's not going to work. Let's just throw it away. So.
Yeah.
But water, it does work. So
yeah, water is good.
Might just be
water
use water on everything.
Extra damage on KBD, nice healing. Maybe it's not like a die every time you try and attempt it early on. I don't know. I remember watching some friends do it last year, and it was just so painful to watch. Like them trying to do it on day 1, nightmare.
Right. So it'll be fun to see where people end up with. I'm curious how they'll even do like statistics with any of this, because I don't know if you can.
What, like stats on what people have picked, or like?
Yeah, like what people have picked, because it's gonna be very weird.
It is. It is going to be hard. I mean, we won't have to wait long because they typically do it, what, 1 week into the league? So I'm interested to see what people take. I bet it'll be like 90% of players took melee early. I
don't think so. I feel like people are
interested in the water build, but I just thought like you need so many more points for it to be effective early. Like you need how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, just to get. Actually, wait, only 8 points for the water spells bouncing back. Is that actually?
It's pretty good. I think water is pretty good. I'm loving it.
Damn.
And like I don't know, on my Iron Man, I did my first fight caves with water spells. Now
I did the
easier.
same thing on like Gridmaster, just like water spells with bare minimum gear. So you need 9 points for the water spells bouncing back. That's still not bad because that's like
check this out.
Moxy. Go on.
So like, check this out. For example, like have you seen the if you go 8 points, you get water and air. Take both water and air, and then you just go accuracy. Yeah, so drop all that stuff and just take water, air, and then drop the overheal one at the end there. Or yeah, that one, and then just take the faster casting.
Oh. Like this? Okay.
Yeah, because so what I realize is with this, you're getting prayer back.
Or do you go the other way around?
Let's say you're casting like.
Are you going this way for regen instead?
I think you could do either or, but like I realize that early game like this, if you're healing for 1 per rune regenerated and you're casting like water wave, you're
this
getting
is
like
actually
7 back or something, right?
Yeah.
Like this is fine. And you don't need food, you don't need prayer. You just go click mobs.
No, this is actually really good. This is really, really good. I'm actually going to save this one. This is like a nice early 8-point magic.
I will say the only reason to consider the other one though is if you do go further down water later on. Like if you wrap around the other way to the spellbook one, you're kind of setting yourself up better for the future.
As in if you go this way through healing?
Yeah, if you go through healing instead. Because then it's like easier to just put 3 more into your ice spells. But like I don't know, I just feel like if you're not confident on fight caves and you just do this, like you're chilling.
Yeah, no, this will be super. This will be absolutely fine. That's interesting. That's good to know because I tell you what, you said it on stream yesterday. Like, oh, go water early. And I was a bit skeptical at first, but now that I've seen that 8-point start, it's actually totally doable. I did think at first it's just way too much investment for how hard the tasks are going to feel, but I think that might work.
Yeah, I'm pretty on board with this one right now. I think it's good, but I also think for me the reason why I think melee is always bad is because it's not fun to flinch and go back and forth. Like that's just not very fun.
Oh man!
And then like when it clicked to me that you get the halberd, yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, wait, this is great.
But that is the benefit if you do the opposite. So if you don't do the 8-point magic start and you do the 8-point melee start, at the very least your fight caves aren't going to be flinching Jad, like having to flip back to melee or flinching the mages. Like you can sit that 1 tile distance, and that's still pretty good.
Right.
But I don't think it's going to be as good as water spells in fight caves. I don't know. That's interesting. That's got me thinking.
It's hard because I think water has the sustain and the prayer regeneration. But then, like, let's say you're going woodsman and you just catch a bunch of moths. Then, like, okay, how badly do you need the prayer? So I don't know. There's ways around it. I think the melee one, the reason why I like it though, is because it just like, I think it feels like it goes more naturally, like later on. Whereas the water one, yeah, it's good early, but then like, do you really want to just cast water spells the whole time?
Yeah.
But I don't know. Then I think a lot of people do want to just cast water spells the whole time because how chilling it is. So.
It is. I've had some people drop in to say like, oh, do we have like a noob-friendly early point investment start? And originally I was thinking, melee's good, but actually the lack of healing on that side can be punishing. I think this is way more like new player friendly as well. Because water spells, you're going to want to use them against dragons to get your prayer up to probably 30 anyway at tier 3 before you can do the Valamor prayer training. If you're training magic, you're also going into these. I don't know. It does feel really good. I could definitely see the play here.
Yeah, I like this a lot. And like to me, this is the fun part because it's like coming up with 40 on the board is really, really hard. But I think if you're like kind of new to like these kind of talent trees and stuff, like I don't really spend that much time on these either. I think I've like played Path of Exile like 50 hours tops. But for me, like 8 is just enough where I can mess around with like 2 or 3 different like options and come up with something I feel good about. And so it's pretty fun.
No, that's good.
And then you just take it like 2 more at a time. I'm thinking like, okay, 2 more here, 1 more here, and kind of makes it a little simpler for me.
Do you think the Huey rush on day 1 is doable? Like 50, 60 combat? Like soon as you get boppers, maybe you go straight to Huey en masse?
Well, that's why I think the melee one is so good, because if the minimum hit is minimum hitting, you know, I mean, you're gonna be doing fine there, right?
Yeah, I think I am tempted to do that melee early into respec, but then I do like this magic option. I don't know. I'm kind of torn now.
It's hard. I'm stuck between these two right now. I am kind of like moving off range, but I think crossbows. It's close. It's very close for me.
Yeah, I got to play around with crossbows a bit. Even just like base crossbows hitting 60s is kind of crazy, and that's without KBD weapon. So you definitely can hit over 100 with Echo KBD weapon. It's just the investment is crazy. The investment is so crazy to get there.
Yeah, I totally feel the same way. It's like I see it as like it's a great 20-pointer. It's not a good 8-pointer.
No, it's terrible.
Not quite there yet. Yeah.
Terrible. All right, dude. I am, well, I'm probably going to be ending stream soon because I'm going to be starting to edit. So it's been fun chatting.
Yeah, man. Have a good one.
I will catch you soon, all right?
Yeah, good to see you.
All right, good to catch you.
Good luck.
Catch you later. All right, that was double, everybody. Were there any burning questions from that? What an absolute beast Double Shine is, by the way, guys. I've really enjoyed tuning into his streams when I haven't been able to stream. When I was just like stuck editing and really wanted to stream, I would always just lurk in his streams. So, yeah. Scritic, is the recoil effect worth it at all if not using Thorns? Well, like here? I don't even think you bother if you're not going to go a bit further. Like 3 damage on hit is actually kind of nice as a minimum hit. But I think there's better things to invest into early. If we're talking about like having a very small selection of points, I think Thorns is not a great example. Does 1 tick powered staves with water healing count as tick healing on every tick? It does not tick heal you in the sense that if you are about to get absolutely like chungused by Jad and you heal, it's not going to tick heal you. You're still going to die. I think Husky did confirm that. Do you think a Moxy will be doable with water start? I do. I think it's going to be more of a struggle than if you did melee, personally. Because I'm not going to say what Echo Moxy does, but I am going to say that if you get hit, it is going to start a real downward spiral of you needing to heal and move, and you're going to fall behind the curve of trying to do damage. So I think that if you're good with, actually, I can't say too much because then I will talk about mechanics, but I do think that it's going to be fine with water. If you're a gamer, it's going to be fine. Dogger Thorns make sense, or am I cooked? No, I think you're onto something. Someone, I'm really sorry, I'm not going to have time to look through any more builds right now. I have got all the links though, so maybe we can do that next stream. I'm live again tomorrow, but I'm not going to be able to look at it. There is a Dogger Thorns build someone submitted, so maybe we start that one tomorrow. When am I allowed to talk? When League starts, I'm allowed to talk about mechanics. Once someone has at least done Echo Moxy, I can't really say what it does right now, unfortunately. Plus, I think we all kind of want to go into it blind. Is it not more fun learning on the fly? I think it is. Is a Moxy doable with range 2-tick bow with always hit an Echo? Yeah, I think you'll be fine. I think you could do Echo Moxy with any combat style. You'll be fine. But it is going to... Your stats are going to matter a bit. Your stats are going to matter a bit. I think for Moxy, I'm just looking forward to getting the boppers and then going down this 8-start route personally. I really like the magic start. And I'm so torn after speaking to Double there because honestly, there is a world where that 8 magic start is crazy. However, I actually really want to use the Infernal Tech Paddle and get some like value out of it, you know? So I'm thinking 8 points. We do I'm still thinking of doing the blind bagging with the ranged min hit on Tomotley. So min hit 6, blind bag with something in the invent. And if we don't blind bag, I really don't know where else we invest these points. So I think we blind bag early, respec later. That could be fun. That's the plan. Scritic, I was looking earlier at 99 Hunter Max and a Sunlight Crossbow. At 8 points, you can slap the fight caves hard. What's Crossbow at 8 points? Talk to me. Where are we going? I'm guessing you're just doing this, right? 6, 7, 8. Is this what you're doing? Is this what you're doing for 8 points crossbow? Yes. Okay. Yeah, could be good. Could be really, really good. Sunlight Hunter's crossbow only going up to 5 tick will still feel pretty nice. Especially if you're rushing like 99 Hunter and getting a ton of bolts anyway. Could be good. Could definitely be good. I think I'm going to be doing my first fight caves melee. And I know that sounds like a pain in the ass, but I think this particular node, melee range doubled whilst using two-handed weapons, makes that a hell of a lot easier. Because one of the things I hate about melee fight caves is having to flinch so much. Not flinch, but like, you know, run in and out of the mage's attack range, melee attack range, and Jad's melee attack range. You're essentially going to have a lot of an easier time with this. But yeah. Why not get all 3 dual wielding weapons from the Naguas? I don't want to do Final Dawn early. Look at the stats, man. 66 thieving is fine. 52 runecraft is not fine. I'm not happy about that. 52 fletching as a woodsman is going to be a breeze. That's fine. Yeah, I don't really want to have to do this before fight caves, to be honest. This is like a post-fight caves thing for me. Any thoughts on the ranged echo with melee hits as a starter build? Maybe, but you need a lot of points for that to really get good, right? Like if you go here, 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 you want melee echoes. Where are they again? Are they here? Like this? Is this what you're doing? And then if you want, I mean, that's already 8 points, which is what you'll have at Echo Moxy. If you want to buff that, I mean, you're going to need at least 2 more points. That's 10. That's post-fight caves now. That's post-Echo Moxy and fight caves. And even at this point, we're relying on a 5% chance per hit to proc. I don't think it's great early. I think it has crazy potential later. If we do this and we have an offhand with our melee weapon, maybe, and we drop this and maybe we do this instead. There is potential. I just think it requires a lot more points. I'm definitely doing moons before Jad. I'm 100% doing moons before Jad, actually. So it will be like this. It will be abundant start, run around, do like 100 tasks in the starter route that I'll put together. That will get me to tier 3 at least, hopefully nearly tier 4. That will also get me Karamja and quite close to first region unlock. And then we, after our first kind of round of starter tasks, then we start leaning quite heavily into Abundance Woodsman value, and we just do loads of Hunter. We do loads of Hunter. And we take off loads of tasks, hopefully get the next region unlock at that point. Then we run around and we do combat. We do Slayer. We do Moxy. We get to Motley. We go to the Tazar place. Maybe we pick up Sulfur Blades. Maybe we skip that and we just buy 5 Tazar weapons. Then we do Echo Moxy. We've got the Tech Paddle. We go Moons. From Moons, I then maybe go to my first like proper region unlock, tick off tasks around there, do the second Echo boss if possible, depends which region I pick, and go from there. That's the rough starting plan. Obviously, there'll be maybe like 7 billion steps in that. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so sorry. I wasn't meant to stay live this long, and the stream fucked up at the beginning. I can only apologize for that. It won't be that way tomorrow. And we've learned our lesson. We're not going to upload a video at the same time as going live again. That's not happening. All right. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here today. Thank you to the chatters, the lurkers, the subbers, the people who have super chatted, donated, and most of all, thank you, everyone, for just supporting, chatting, going through all this. I hope today's stream was helpful for people looking at builds to kind of go through stuff. We will continue this tomorrow, but I'm going to end stream now so that I can work on my builds video, and then I'll have something more like comprehensive to give you guys. And I think off the back of our stream today, like chatting to you guys, we need a mix of builds. We can't just do 40-point builds. I was going to do my builds video with just 40-point builds. I think that's a mistake. I think we'll also throw in some like, here's some good 8-point builds to spec into early. Here's some good 20-point builds to spec into in the mid game. And then here are some big 40-point builds. So yeah, we're going to do that. Anyway, appreciate you all. Thank you very much. Which way is the camera? Love you. Bye.